gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsessions. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is filling kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victims to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie, and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just want to play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in the lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see you holding skies. If your mail calling Ronnie up on the line, why you lie to the people and say you won't do it live? Santa May out here looking at your sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing to.
Yo, what's going on? Man, I slept. Nah, I woke up actually early. Back on track now. What's going on, everybody? Mar in the building. Susie, Randy, Sandra, Sheba. Nice to see all y'all. How's everybody been doing? I want to check out these two videos, and I'll open up the lines for anybody who actually wants to call in and talk. But how the fuck can they tear down the Idaho 4 house? Like, wouldn't you think they would wait till after the trial to tear down the house? Because they're talking about tearing it down, like, I feel like immediate, like as soon as they clean it up, we're gonna demolish it. That's just pretty weird to me. I want to check out the video too, because they talk about it right here, and I just want to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta tune into it. So, Karma, I see you. Gypsy in the building, Randy, everybody from Discord, I see y'all 100%. What's up? Hoping for answers. Hi, everyone. How you doing? Hoping for answers. Appreciate you coming by. Make sure y'all hit that like button. Make sure you subscribe. We'll be taking phone calls, chilling, talking, bullshitting. This will probably be like a 4 to 5 hour, maybe 8 hour. You never know. Sometimes 10-hour stream. I just don't know. Depends how it goes. And where is my disclaimer at? Because that bad boy needs to be up, and it has the number in it. Can y'all hear me good? Let me make sure y'all can hear me good real quick. Damn, I'm way behind in comments already. Let me scroll this bad boy down. Susie says, please hit the thumbs up on the way out. Let them know. Clarence, what up, Clarence? How you doing, brother? Mom to 5 Kings. I love that phrase too. Blessed to be stressed. Is that what it says? Twitter. Let me check something here too. Did y'all see the document on the dude from AWP, Jared? He tried to get his trigger warning. He tried to get the child rape charges thrown out. Did y'all see that? What's up, Clarence? Clarence in the building. If that's Clarence from Twitter, ain't it? Shout out to you, man. Appreciate you coming by. Let me fix that up too. What up, Marie? How you doing? Hoping for answers. Starting now. Yes, we're in there. Shout out to Ghost Devil on the graphics too, man. Shout out to Ghost Devil on always coming up with some fire graphics. If you need graphics, holler at Ghost Devil. He's got you covered. The Chicantique. Becky in the building. Miss Dog Lover. How you doing? Nice to see you guys. Nice to see a lot of beautiful faces, or beautiful screen names, should I say. Maybe I should start pulling some people up on panel too to talk to, like I used to. Because if you were here since I've covered Kylie Rodney, like we used to have the panel packed full of like 8 people, but it'd just be people talking over each other. So, you know, that was out of hand. But what up, Retro Kitten? How you doing? Nice to see you. Nice to see everybody in here. Hannah, nice to see you. Familiar name. Everybody's name that I see is familiar as hell every time. Mary, how you doing? Welcome. Let's see, Jim in the building. Jim, how you doing, brother? How you doing? I hope you're having a great day. Thank you for coming by. I appreciate you. Make sure you all smash that like button and sub up if you're new here. It's free. I really like this song. Miss Dana says, you talking about the Truckee Way? I'm gonna be making one for the Idaho 4, but I'm kind of waiting. I'll probably do it live because I made the Truckee Way live on in the studio on my corner right over here. I got it all foamed out and shit. So I'm definitely gonna be making a song on the Idaho 4. I mean, there's so much to talk about with it, but there's still so much to happen with it. Also, the Truckee Way, Kylie Rodney really never got justice. She was just and this is just my opinion, she never got justice. They're saying that it was an accidental death, but I don't see that. And there's a lot of those cases out there, which we will be revisiting that at some point too. Patricia, support your boy. Nah, you ain't got to support your boy with no money, but you can support by hitting the like button and subbing up. That's support alone right there. Scott in the building. Scott says money. Which money? We don't need money. We want love. We want genuine humans around here. Just Susie's thoughts. Hi all. What up, gang? What's going on? Welcome. Carrie. Hi, T-REV. Happy you are live. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nice to see you in here. Hold up. Ismic, what's going on, my man? Nice to see you too. Just seen you on Instagram. Brooke, what's going on? I think I seen you last night somewhere. I forget. Where was it? I don't remember. But I did see you. Public house landlord, what's going on? Public house landlord, man. That shit, I don't know why I laugh when I see that name, but that shit's funny. Public house landlord. That's a funny name, man. I like it. Laughing stock. How you doing, man? Nice to see you, brother. I see Gina Marie in the building. Is that old Gina Marie in the building? What's going on, Gina? Melissa says, I agree. They need to keep that house up till after trial, right? Like, what if the jurors want to see the house? Like the inside? I don't know. Like, do you guys get what I'm saying? Like, I just never really heard of that. And it's kind of like they're not I don't know. When I want to watch this video and see what they're saying, because the title of the video titles Idaho student murder house demolition. So what the hell does that mean? You know what I'm saying? Like I want to see that. I want to hear what they got to say about it fully. Because I listened to part of it, but then I was like, nah, I want to save this for when I go live and watch it with you guys and then talk about some things. Brandy Duncan says makes no sense. That's what I'm thinking. Makes zero sense. What's going on, Rock? How you doing? Angelic Darkness, how you doing? Another day to get at. Yep. Hold on, I think I read that one already. Scott said maybe tomorrow. You think they're gonna tear that bitch down tomorrow? Just Debbie. Hello, Rev and everyone. Welcome, Gypsy. Yes, everybody wants me to wear a damn T-Rex costume because of that damn phone call. T-Rex. Mama Fee, how you doing? Welcome. Nice to see you. Kelly D said they took a 3D video of the entire scene for court. Okay. So because they took a 3D video scene, or you know what I mean? Like just because they took a 3D video, they don't need to go to the scene and actually, I don't know. Some people would rather be there. You could take videos all day long, but nothing is like being there on foot, right? That's how I would look at it, but I'm not a juror, so I can't, they would never pick me to be a juror. They rebuilt the Delphi Bridge already, too. I need to go there because it's an hour and 10 minutes from here. I still need to go to that Delphi Bridge. I still have a connection with that bad boy. I watched that case since day one. Let's see what else we got. Athena says, in my opinion, the evidence against him. I clicked the wrong thing. Babs, I don't even want to say your name wrong, but Babs, maybe I'm gonna say it right, and maybe I fucking butcher it. But Babs Voisin, I appreciate you. Thank you for showing love to the channel. Hitting the like button is showing love, and subscribing is showing love to me. So you guys don't have to hit super chats to get my attention, but I do appreciate people that do show love. Thank you so much. Nancy says no, there is an interactive 3D video, so it can be torn down. it's a biohazard and needs to come down. You really think it's a biohazard and needs to come down? What do you guys think about that in chat? I'm gonna put a poll up, right? So let me do this because I come down. What do you guys think about? Damn, that's just loud as hell. I want to see who really thinks the house should be tore down after trial or before trial. Do you think before house should be before trial or after? I just want to see how many people really think. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm curious. They should tear it down. No, that shit is fishy. Period. All right, there we go. I just want to see. I'm gonna leave that there for a little bit. I want to see what you guys think on that. What's going on, my brother? My brother. Shout out to everybody in here, man. And you know when you that's a fail right there. So I just fell. I went to go hit the sound effect and it just fell completely. But shout out to everybody being here. So didn't fail this time though. With you the whole time, Patty says. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Gina, you're not in timeout, says Mandy Joe. Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate that too. Let's see who else we got in here before I start this shit. I'm here. Everyone say hi to me.
Get the fuck out of here!
I'm just playing. Nicole said, could it have been Brian who said I'm here to help you, and the actual killer would explain so much? Yeah, absolutely. So in the probable cause affidavit, it did say that, and yes, that could have been Brian saying that, right? It definitely for 100% could have been Brian saying that, without a shadow of a doubt. Jennifer says, hey everyone, what's going on, Jennifer? Everybody say hi to Jennifer in the chat. Amy says, I like calls better than panels. Yeah, I like calls too better than panels. Panels get out of hand, but I mean, panels can be good too. You just got to have, you know, people who aren't cutting each other off and respect each other. That's what I'll leave it at that, because there's, you know, some people just don't know how to act on panels, and that's happened with me. That's happened on my channel multiple times. I'm just too nice and don't tell people to shut the fuck up when I probably should tell them to shut the fuck up. I'm just being brutally honest. But hey, you know, I've been running panels since what, September? Like the first time I ran a panel. Don't ever disrespect me when I say I love you. LOL. You're funny as hell. T-REV, some of the pack panels too. For real. What's up, Ghost Devil? Oh yeah. Eismick was part of those panels. But let's check this video out, and then we'll jump into some phone calls, because I want to hear from y'all. I want to hear what you think. I enjoy callers over panels. So put in chat, do you guys enjoy calls over panels? Let me hear about it. I'm gonna be looking for that. I'm curious to what you guys think. Now, what do you guys think about, like, for my channel in general? What do you guys think about like maybe like a Friday trivia night where we do like a true crime trivia night, and I'll give out like Cash App or gift cards or something, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I give out a couple gift cards to people, or Cash App or something for Amazon or something. You know what I mean? That's something that I've been thinking of. So I have it written on my board. Thank you, Raven. Everybody welcome Raven to the Rap Game family. Thank you. What up, Leslie? Hello, team fam. I watch on my TV, but had to say hello. Thank you. I appreciate that. Much love to you and your fam. T-REV got his own following. You the man. Thank you, Just Susie's thoughts. I appreciate you. Heather, hope everyone is having a great day. Yeah, we're chilling. I'm just getting started. Blind Squad TV. What's going on, Blind Squad TV? Why do I recognize that name for some reason from a while ago? Easter, what's going on? Welcome. We were watching shit last night. I fell asleep. Team Foul Play. What up, T-REV? What's going on, Marlena? Hopefully you've been feeling better. I know you didn't feel good for a while. Nicole, thank you. I appreciate you. Everybody welcome Nicole too. Let's jump into the video, and then I want to hear from some of y'all.
Based on details at the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims.
He's very quiet, calculated about what he says.
I want to see an innocent man, but I feel like he's just scared to look at me in the eyes.
If you plead guilty or found guilty, it is up to death and or imprisonment for life.
Hell
Do
no.
you understand?
Yes.
I agree. People need to.
It is the case that captured our nation because of the tragedy of what took place. 4 young college students murdered for no reason whatsoever. This was horrible. This was horrific. Out in Moscow, Idaho, you had Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee, 4 young people who were just living their best lives, right? Doing what every college student does. They were doing a little bit better than some other college students. I mean, they had things happening in their lives. It was all taken away. And now they've arrested the man they believe is responsible. Court TV was there all fall into the winter of last year as this mystery was being revealed, and finally an arrest. And now Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter is back outside the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho tonight. Chanley, great to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for speaking. See, you just spoke my mind. Why the jurors would want to go there. Nothing is like being in the building.
Let's start with what's behind you. This house, which has been such a focal point of everything, because this is where the murders took place, and we just couldn't understand how that could happen. And it looks like things are boarded up. What is the status of this house in terms of being a scene for evidence, gathering evidence and trying to forensically figure out what happened to those 4 young people?
Yeah, Vinny, it's great to be with you. We're back here in Moscow, Idaho. It's been 4 months exactly yesterday since those brutal murders inside this house behind me. And you have it right. It looks a lot different than it did the last time that we were here. As you can see, there's a metal fence around the home. The windows, the door boarded up, no trespassing signs. There's, of course, the private security, Hills Canyon security posted out front. This home was handed over from law enforcement to the owner of the property, and the owner of the property has gifted it to the University of Idaho, which is steps away, as you know. The private security here to make sure no one crosses any of the crime scene tape or has access to the home is provided by the University of Idaho. That's who they're contracted with, Vinny. As far as we know, the house has not been cleaned on the inside as of now, but looks very different and a very different feel here in the neighborhood, King Road, where we are. I can see the university. It is spring break week this week, but still very busy on this street. And you can have a sense of relief a little bit now that there's been an arrest, and this community does seem to be slowly moving on.
We remember how on edge everyone was because no one knew, like, who did this? Why would they do that? Are they still out there? Are they going to strike again?
Thank you, Bam Bam.
All of those thoughts. So is the evidence gathering portion of the investigation in the house behind you, is that over now?
That is over. Law enforcement completed the investigation inside. We were here when, Koberger was, of course, arrested, and his defense, Kootenai County Public Defender Ann Taylor, was actually seen in this home even before it was announced that she was taking over his case, and his defense had a private investigator. They've done their work here. The defense team has as well. So law enforcement has closed the investigation, evidence gathering inside. It's been passed over to the owner, who is now gifted it to the university, Vinny, and the university has plans to demolish this home at some point.
And at some point, do we think that's going to be before or after a trial in this case? Do we have any idea?
It's unclear. So Court TV has reached out to the property management company who's still helping the university with this property. Here's what they told Court TV. They said that, of course, no entry is allowed into this building. Even after remediation or the cleaning of the inside of this property, the house will be demolished after it is cleaned, and there's no date set for demolition, according to Team Idaho Property Management. Also, the University of Idaho, who now owns this property, Vinny, Scott Green, has released a statement. It says that the owner of the King Street house offered to give the house to the university, which we accepted. The house will be demolished. This is a healing step and removes the physical structure where the crime that shook our community was committed. Demolition also removes efforts to further sensationalize the crime scene. We are evaluating opinions where students may be involved in the future development of the property. Sometimes it is hard to see beyond this tragedy, but the selfless acts, the deep engagement and loving support of our entire Vandal family reminds me that there is so much good in the world. We will never forget Xana, Ethan, Madison, and Kaylee, and I will do everything in my power to protect their dignity and respect their memory. Together we rebuild and continue to support each other. We are Vandal strong. So it's, again, unclear the time frame of when this home would be demolished. Vinny, will it be before or after the trial? Next week, we don't know. The private security here doesn't even know. It's kind of to the foreseen future of how long they will protect this property. Those that live in this area, they're kind of unsure what the university is going to do with this property. Will they turn it into a memorial, rebuild more student housing? Some that live here would love a parking lot because this is a very steep hill in the wintertime that gets a little slippery. So we shall see.
Are there any plans to build any sort of memorial for the 4 students?
Absolutely. Absolutely. In fact, Scott Green, again, with the University of Idaho, has also talked about what they plan to do to memorialize the victims in this case. And it's a garden. Here's that statement. He says that they're in the early planning stages to create a memorial to the 4 students. It says, while the memorial will be a focal point of a garden, the garden will also be a place of remembrance of other students we have lost and a place of healing for those left behind. So a university committee with student representation is developing a plan. The garden design will incorporate class and individual student participation, and it will be located on the Moscow campus, but the exact location is yet to be identified. Maybe that's going to be here at the home, Vinny. Maybe that's where this garden will be, or maybe it will be some other place on a very beautiful campus already.
Yeah, I hope they do it sooner rather than later, because the students are still on campus that need the healing the most. Let's talk about what's happening online now. They're now blurring this house online when you search it on maps.
Yeah, Vinny. So as you know, as we've been following this case for months, weeks, online sleuths really did start digging in to any piece of information online, the victims, who could be responsible. And one of those discoveries about a month after the murders happened was the realization that if you search for this home on Google Maps, that it would be blurred. And we have an example. Let's watch.
Google is blurring their house out.
So watch what happens.
Like, why oh my God, they always mention they never fail to mention online sleuths, right? Like they ain't ever go to their computer and pull up a picture of a house or anything that's going on. Like, that's wild. Thank you.
That's the house.
So there it is. That's what it would look like if you try to, use Google Maps. And, it's actually really easy to have a home like this blurred for privacy reasons. And it's probably the owner that had this blurred with all the attention that was being placed on this home, people wanting to find out the floor plan, look inside, around the area from afar. You can actually Google it, Vinny, follow a few steps and submit your address to the people there at Google. For privacy concerns, possibly safety reasons why people would want to do this. And so that was another part of this that stood out to those online sleuths. And now, this is going to be a home no more. It's going to be at some point demolished and turned into something else.
Yeah, but it almost seems like they're trying to erase it, and you don't want to necessarily erase it. It's it happened. The trial hasn't occurred yet, and we've got to figure out everything here. This is an interesting way it's being dealt with. Let me bring in the rest of our guests joining us tonight. From Long Beach, California, forensic criminologist Dr. Laura Petler, and in Jacksonville, Alabama, forensic death investigator, professor of forensics at Jacksonville State University, and the host of the Body Bags podcast, Joseph Scott Morgan. Great to see you. What are your thoughts first? Laura, I'll go first. Is it common to destroy a home that is the scene of a quadruple murder before a trial?
You know, I don't think it's common to destroy any crime scene before trial. And in some states, there are laws like North Carolina that require prosecutors to preserve certain types of evidence until either the sentence is completed in a trial or the death of the defendant occurs. So I don't think it's very usual. Has it happened? I'm sure, but I don't think it's extremely common.
Joseph Scott Morgan, I understand the sensitivity here. This is a horrific case. All murders are, but we haven't had a trial yet. Sometimes they do things called jury views. We just saw that down in South Carolina. Are you surprised that there's talk of destroying the scene of this crime?
That's crazy.
Before even the preliminary hearing?
I'm not surprised, given what they had done that I completely disagree with early on in this investigation, when they allowed individuals to go in and collect personal items for sentimentality, which I thought was absolutely absurd at that time, particularly given the fact that you had upcoming charges relative to the defense. I don't know if that was on their radar yet, but, you know, when the defense's representatives went out there, they didn't see the scene in the pristine condition. So now you're going to take it to another step and eradicate the structure. I don't see the value in doing this. As a matter of fact, there is potentially a real downside relative to this if this thing comes up on appeal, or if there's any problems whatsoever trying to capture the flavor of this scene for the jury to comprehend it, to understand it. There's a lot of value in taking people out to locales. We did see it in Murdaugh. Hey, we saw it with
right. Soybean, I agree with that statement too. How can an owner afford to gift a house? Just curious if they're rich, right? But yeah, I definitely get what you're saying there. Like, how could an owner afford to gift a house? I want people to call in and talk about this. Like, this is I've never heard of a house being torn down before trial.
Parkland shooting, didn't we?
Absolutely. I really, I'm very baffled by these developments. And I think there's a disconnect between the obviously sensitivity and the tragedy on a college campus, but we still have to attempt to prosecute the person that is believed to be responsible. And we know how tenuous. You can think at home, oh, it's obvious. No, nothing is automatic. No. Nothing is easy. There's a huge burden of proof, and it will be a battle.
Right.
Based on details of the scene, we believe this was an isolated, targeted attack on our victims.
He's very quiet.
They talk about in this video the Brian Koberger clues revealed as courts unseals documents. I don't know if y'all want to see this or you want to call in.
Calculated about what.
Open the lines. I'm gonna watch this video. If somebody calls in while this video is playing, I'll pause it.
He says,
I want to see an innocent man that feel like he's just scared to look at me in the eyes.
If you plead guilty or found guilty, it is up to death and or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes.
It is the case that captured our nation because of the tragedy of what took place. 4 young college students murdered for no reason whatsoever. This was horrible. This was horrific. Out in Moscow, Idaho, you had Ethan, Xana, Maddie, and Kaylee, 4 young people who were just living their best lives, right? Doing what every college student does. They're doing a little bit better than some other college students. I mean, they had things happening in their lives. It was all taken away. And now they've arrested the man they believe is responsible. Court TV was there all fall into the winter of last year as this mystery was being revealed, and finally an arrest. And now Court TV legal correspondent Chanley Painter is back outside the crime scene in Moscow, Idaho tonight. Chanley, great to see you. Thank you so much. Let's start with what's behind you. This house, which has been such a focal.
It's here. Light it up. 314, you're in the door. What's going on? You can hear me?
T-REV?
Yes. You're live.
Hi. I just wanted to call in about the house.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on that?
I really think they need to leave it up for the jury. I think it is going to be so to actually go into that house and see where those 4 souls that were killed, to make it so much more real for them. I really think they need to go into that house. I don't think they need to tear it down until that trial is over.
Yeah, it's like that. I mean,
And that's just my opinion.
I don't think a video is gonna do enough. I don't know.
Right. No, they need the real deal.
We've seen videos before already, so I mean, it's like they're all over the internet.
Right. It's nothing like being there, the real scene.
Right.
So I just don't know why they have to wait, or why they can't wait until the trial to do it. That's just my opinion. And, you know, the guy giving it to him, I think it's going to be more of a hassle for him to keep it himself than to donate it. And I believe, if I'm correct, that he probably has other properties that he, you know, rents out. So I think, you know, might be a tax write-off or something. You know, it might just be a hassle. So
they said
probably better to donate it.
Property. I was wondering if they bought it from him, but they're saying he
Yeah, he gifted it, but I'm thinking that he has other properties himself.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. If you're gifting a property like that, you definitely, I mean, you're losing money, but at the same time, you must be rich.
Right. Or, you know, I don't know if he can do it as a tax write-off, if that's what he does. You know, if that's what his business is, you know, renting properties and things like that. So, but I really do think the jury needs to go into that house and just get the feel for what happened there.
For sure. Nothing's like going inside the house here. You know, the floors creak, etc. You'd be able to, I think you would be able to give the jurors a look into what maybe, you know, Dylan had heard. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, as far as walking through the house, you'll be able to hear the creaks and everything else. You know, you're not really gonna get that feel on video.
Right. And then like Dylan's room, like, you know, she was looking out, you know, when he was, you know, supposedly passing her, what she sees, did she really see him? Could he really see her? You know, things like that. And, you know, could she really hear what she was hearing from upstairs, you know?
Right.
With Kaylee playing with the dog, things like that. So, but I won't take up time. I just wanted to call in. It's my first time calling in. I've been a little bit nervous, but I really do think they need to leave that up at least until the trial is over with.
Yeah, that's what I think too. I think they should leave it up personally. That's just my opinion. But a lot of people are saying they have some 3D video they're going to show the jurors, but in reality, it's not the same.
It's not the same. No, not the same as being in that house themselves where it really happened.
Yeah.
So
it's unfortunate they're gonna end up doing that. I wonder if something's gonna come about, because I know there's a lot of people talking about it right now. Maybe they'll stop.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I hope they do.
Tax write-off. Everybody's saying tax write-off in the comments.
Yeah, it might be.
I wonder if it is.
But, you know, and, you know, he might be able to get it as a tax write-off. But, you know, after the trial and stuff like that, then tear the sucker down and put something really nice up.
Right, like a little memorial or something like that after the trial, right? But, I mean, tearing it
down, and I know,
I'm telling you, they got to be able to, because I feel like Dylan's statement, that they would want to go in and see for themselves at the door. And not only that, like, it was dark. Like, how dark was it? What did it? You know what I mean?
Right.
To know all those details.
Yeah, maybe go in there, go when it's, dark too, not when it's light out, so they can have a feel.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So I really think they need to leave it up.
So where you
And
calling
then a
it
lot of
from?
people, I'm in a suburb of Missouri.
Missouri.
Mhm.
Is it cold there now?
No, actually, sun's out. It's probably around 50 right now.
That's
Yeah.
that's not bad. Shit, it's like 60 here right now. I'm surprised. It was snowing yesterday.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, I'm not too far from you. It's about a 5-hour drive. Yeah.
But yeah, no, I just don't. I can't believe they're gonna tear the house down beforehand, or they're putting
No,
out
I think
that they're gonna do it wise. I don't know. That just baffles me. That's sends red flags to me for some reason.
I know. And if they're smart, they're just going to keep it up. But I've heard a lot of people, when they do tear it down, though, maybe do like a really nice dog park and call it Murphy's Park or something like that.
Right.
'Cause I know they're doing a memorial, I think they said, on the campus for the 4. So, and then other kids that have died too.
Right.
I heard that last night, I believe.
Where'd you see that at?
But that's
Like they're doing it when are they doing it too? Where'd you see it at? Like on Nation or something?
I can't remember. I just heard it. I changed all the channels on the Truecrime. So one of the channels that I think they're going to do an actual memorial part for them somewhere on the campus, and then do something else where the house is going to be tore down, like, whatever, do something.
I'm curious to what the families are, what the families are thinking about the house being torn down before a trial, before the trial takes place.
Yeah.
They
this gag order, nobody knows.
Exactly.
That's why they need to lift this gag order a little bit, because everybody's just so curious, and then nobody knows nothing, and then all these rumors get made up and all this other stuff. And it's like, if they would tell us a little bit more, all these rumors wouldn't be going haywire. So at least that's what I believe.
The gag orders has all the families shut down. Anybody that's in that trial just can't even speak right now. So it's everything we hear is straight rumor.
Yeah.
You don't clean it, you preserve it for trial. Exactly. I agree with that, Maldi Mama. That's what I'm thinking too. Somebody else in the comments said they need to know how much DM could have heard. And I agree with that.
Right.
Big time. You need to have, somebody standing in that doorway or in the room or wherever she said she was, and kind of reenact.
Right. In the dark in there, and then see, have somebody come, like, go in the room that DM was in and open that door and see have somebody come walking towards the juror, like what she's actually seen him walking towards her. Could she see the bushy eyebrows and things like that? And
that's exactly what I'm thinking. I'm like, yeah, could you see the bushy eyebrows? You need it to be dark. You need it to be 4 a.m. and have it, have reenacted, or have some, whatever defense team, whoever is going to reenact it. Just have it reenacted. It needs to be reenacted, and they need to know, like, could you see that shit? And I don't know. I just personally don't agree.
Yeah, because I was listening to some of the jurors off the Murdaugh trial and going to that property. Some of them made up their mind just looking. I know there was a guy on there about the guns or something in that little shed. He was thinking about, hey, could this have been pulled off this way or whatever? And so he got his information just being there and looking at it, and that made up his mind. So I think definitely they need to be in that house.
Hopefully, somebody calls something and they don't tear it down until, okay, cool. Tear the house down, but at least do it after trial.
Right. That's what I think.
The students need to heal, not relive it. Well, yeah, no, I agree that the students need to heal, but I mean,
Right.
they also
Just wait till after trial.
right, exactly. So people can't yell and scream. Well, because you never know. You never know what they'll
Yeah.
try to use if he gets a conviction, and they'll be like, "Well, they tore the house down. We couldn't do reenact, or we couldn't even invest." I don't know. I just feel like it's going to cause some type of problem.
Right.
Legally, I don't know. I just feel like it's going to cause a problem within something. I don't know what, but it just gives me a bad vibe that they'll tear it down before trial.
And they'll need it for some reason. Who knows? So
It's a cheap old house. Well, that looks like they did some decent work to it because it didn't look bad from like the pictures that I've seen from inside.
yeah, supposedly that house was added on to.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that house was added on.
For sure. Well, I appreciate you calling in. And what's your name? Like chat and chat. You don't have to tell me your real name.
Yeah, no, it's Midwest Girl 69.
Midwest Girl 69. I appreciate you calling in.
First time calling in. Yeah.
First time calling in? Were you nervous?
Yeah, I've been Blues Hockey Girl fan and my guardian angel. I've changed my name a couple times.
Oh, it's all right. We all like to change our names.
But yeah, I've been on here for a pretty long time. But first time calling in, I get kind of nervous. So.
Well, I appreciate you calling in and having a voice in the community, man. God bless you. Lock your doors, and hopefully I hear from you again.
Oh, sure will. Thank
you, man. God bless you.
Yeah.
Set up there. 781, what's going on? You live.
Hi, T-REV. It's Helen from Boston.
All right, so before you go on with anything or say anything, I want you to say the key word.
What the fuck is the Texas Rangers?
There we go. That's what.
Is that what you wanted me to say?
That's the key word. You already know. I know your voice. That's why I said I want to hear the key word.
I know it. Everybody knows my voice. It's insane. But anyway.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think they should tear this house down.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, do the courts know about this? I mean, look at Murdoch's house. They all went on his property. They need to go and look at, the jury. So now I got some other things I'm thinking about with everything now. I mean, do the courts know the house is getting torn down? Are these announced starting to think other people involved in this case to get Kohlberger off? I'm starting to get like all these different, feelings what they're doing.
Yeah, that's.
And number two, they should not make that a place to sit. Who wants to sit on property after what happened there?
Right.
No park, no nothing. That's insane.
And they always got a damn police car sitting right there. I wonder how they feel sitting right there.
No shit. But yeah, no, I thought they need that for evidence, for these people to go through.
Yeah, they definitely need it, and they need to find. I don't know. Like I said, they need to feel what it feels like to be in that house and just the sounds of the house. If you get
no kidding.
Like, yeah, of course, nobody wants to go in, and nobody wants to have to go in. But I mean, literally, you want to go in and hear what would be heard from wherever room you're standing at.
I mean, I see all the cases when they have to go to the house or the apartment, whatever. Now, what's this shit?
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, sad.
Have you ever seen it in a case where they tore a house down before a trial?
Never.
I guess we'll see something new.
This is sickening. I mean, I just keep thinking now, other people are involved. When they tear this house down, they can't go in. The jury can't go in. I mean, they're saying his lawyer's smart. I mean, she's probably smiling like from east to west because they're doing it.
Oh, for sure.
It's scary. But yes, and it should not be your pot to sit on. That property should not be anything.
I just, I'm not getting.
But anyway, I wanted to voice my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. I know there's been a lot of people hitting me up about it in general. I seen this video from my email, and then I looked at it, and I was like,
yeah,
they're tearing. And then it says like after the cleanup, they're going to be tearing it down. I'm like, what?
I don't know. Maybe they should. Maybe the courts should stop them. I don't know. I just can't believe the courts aren't stopping them. I mean,
somebody said in the chat, how cheap could a replica be built 4 in general. I mean, a replica is not going to be the same though. It's
No,
not going to have
that's not the same.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's not going to have the creaks or nothing.
I know. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that, and I'll let you go now.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you. I appreciate you calling in. It's nice to hear.
Listen. God bless you and your family.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you, Helen.
I'll call again, T. I only call you.
Helen, right?
Yep, Helen.
Yep, I know you. What the? Because you know what? Next time you see me, I'm gonna have that in my soundboard. What the is a Texas Ranger?
What the fuck is a Texas Rangers? And I still don't know.
God bless you, man. I appreciate you.
And another thing is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but another thing why I'm so interested in these college students.
Mm-hmm.
My granddaughter just started college, and now this is freaking me out.
Yeah, she just
she goes.
Okay.
She goes to college her first year, and this caught my eye. She said these things don't happen in flat houses.
Yeah, no.
Oh, of course they do. Anyway, God bless you, and God bless everybody who was on the calling up and in your community here.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, T. I'll call again when I see something.
Yes, ma'am. God bless you. Thank you.
God bless you too.
Too. I love hearing from you, Helen.
I'm gonna call now. You're the only person I ever called on YouTube and watched.
Well, I appreciate that. And
yeah, I feel like when I don't see you, I get like nervous.
Well, you'll see me.
Okay, T. I'll call again. Take it easy.
Lock your doors.
I always do. You have to in Boston.
Yes, ma'am. Shout out to her. 917 sent from heaven.
Hi, it's Amy. I'm from New Jersey. How you doing?
Jersey in the building.
I'm New Jersey, not a New Jersey native. I'm closer to your previous caller. I grew up in Connecticut, but that's where my mother is from. Sounds like she's from Massachusetts, but that's besides the point. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree that people need to have tangibility to things. They really need to feel something in order to really make a judgment. And I think that's wrong. Like, I'm a healthcare person. Like, I'm not going to learn to learn about it if I watch the video. I need to really get in there and do the work myself. It's just the same thing with assessing the building. And I think that there's something wrong with the picture. Mm-hmm. And I think there's some sort of cover up. And I think it's being done to create a hung jury.
Mm.
I think this is a big conundrum, and I think things aren't going to get solved this way. And I was the one who said about the blood-borne pathogens. At this point, I would think some of those pathogens would be dead already. Like a lot of the germs would have been killed off. They don't live that long, and and they shouldn't really be cleaning it either, because people need to see the gore and the details of what happened there before they even go in there. And I think that's really tainting the whole trial. And that's it. I'm a quick talker, and I don't know what else to say, but that's just my thing.
No, I appreciate you getting straight to the point. That's
it. So have a good day now. Nice talking to you.
Thank you, ma'am. God bless you. I appreciate you having a voice in the community. Lock your doors.
Oh yeah. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Shout out to her. If you want to call in 219-885-9692, make sure you call up. She got straight to the point. She not wasting no time. 504. What's going on? You're live.
What's up, my brother?
How you doing, my man? What's going on? So what do you think? You think they should be tearing this house down, man?
Not without a trial being done first.
I was thinking the same thing. It's Isaac, ain't it?
Yes, sir.
They definitely
I just got a raspy voice from this weekend, bro. I was out at the parades.
Oh, where?
Yeah, they had an Irish Italian parade here in New Orleans, and I went to it. That's why my voice is all raspy.
It must be recovering, because I don't hear it.
Yeah, it's a little raspy. But yeah, man, I don't think they should tear this house down, dude. And the Murphy's Park thing, I think that's a great idea. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It will be on the place where this crime happened. And like that other caller said, who would want to sit there? I would want to sit there with my dog. You know what I mean? Because I'm not going to be touching none of none of the human matter that was left behind or anything like that. It will be, on a location, but, I think Murphy played a big part in this. So I do think the Murphy's Park thing would be a good idea. But yeah, I won't keep you too long, bro. I just wanted to say I don't think they should tear it down.
Yeah, I really don't think they should tear it down, man. Like I said my shit. I already know, like, it's like a red flag when I heard it's being torn down before trial. I don't know. It just causes a lot of controversy, and it's already tons of controversy out there just in general with people talking.
It was controversy before the dude was even caught.
Exactly. With the Jacks, and then you had, everybody's name, all the names that came up.
Without a doubt.
So much.
But yeah, man, how you gonna disrespect me and trying to tear the house down already?
Yeah. Don't ever disrespect me when you're trying to tear down a fucking house already, man. Huh?
Right. But I got another call coming in, my brother. I just wanted to show some love.
No doubt, brother. I appreciate you calling in, showing love. We'll get up, my man.
You too, bro. Do what you do.
All right, my boy.
Later.
Shout out to Isley, man. You want to call in 219-885-9693? Keep it rolling. Keep me busy, right? Damn, I seen Bomb Dropper was calling before. The Bomb Dropper. 520, you're in the hole. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, this is Gannon.
How you doing, brother?
Pretty good. Listen, so if the issue is acoustics, then that's direct evidence, and they can take measurements of the decibels from one room to the next, whether it be level 1 to level 2 or level 1 to 3, 2 to 3, etc. And that's a pretty important issue. And if the university does scrap it, tear it down, it does kind of look like a cover-up. So in a nutshell, that's my opinion. Looks like that's pretty relevant in the chat as well.
So yeah, they're covering something up here.
If they tear it down, it doesn't look so good. I mean, even if they have a 3D scan of the space, that's a sort of like a 3D model in a virtual world. Maybe some of the jurors that aren't even selected at this point, maybe they don't, have VR goggles. Maybe they aren't into the virtual reality of spaces. I mean, we have no idea what that selection would be in regards to jurors.
Right.
So there's quite a bit of issues here that need to be thought through by the university prior to them tearing it down. Plus, I guess maybe that part of the city isn't even campus. I thought it was just off of campus. I could be wrong. Can you correct me on that one or what?
What, that this house was off campus?
Yeah.
This definitely was off campus.
Yeah, it's just off of campus.
I mean, every time they stated a house that's off campus, every time I see it, I mean, anything that I've seen it in, this is definitely a house that is not connected to the campus. That's why the owner donated it to the campus.
Yeah. Well, it helps the campus expand, that's for sure. They'll start acquiring more of the properties over there. But, who knows?
Yeah, no, I don't know. There's definitely something weird with them tearing it down, though. That 3D model that people are talking about in chat, I mean, I respect the opinion, but nothing is like being at the scene.
I think they should go over and tear down Ian Harsh's apartment complex before they tear down the house.
Can I get an amen?
Build something else instead of that building.
Right.
Anyway, okay. Thanks for taking the call.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, brother. God bless you, man.
This is Laughing Stock, just so you know. All right.
Yeah, Laughing Stock in the building. God bless you, brother. I appreciate you calling up as usual.
All right. Bye-bye.
Lock them damn doors. Shout out to Laughing Stock, man. 219-885-9693. Bomb Dropper was calling. Bomb Dropper, call back. Let me clear. Oh, damn. What's going on? You live? What is this, Ireland? We got Ireland in here?
Yeah, Sinead.
What's going on? That's Ireland? Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, have I talked to you before? Way back at the beginning.
Yes, ma'am. I remember you.
I remember you disagree with me that it's not burger, but you believe that you still believe it is. I certainly don't, but that's beside the point. I love your show, and I'm so glad I got through. All I want to say is, if I can point a few things out. Number one is that the true crime community, you can put it in brackets, you can put it whatever way you want. We would all be done for murder if everybody looked at our phones, because all we do is look up true crime things, right? So you look up Koberger, he wanted to do criminology, to look into the mind, to look into, to see what happens to people and why they do things. We're doing the same. We're actually doing the same thing. This is why you're getting so many views and so many, people that want to follow you.
Yeah.
And the thing remains is, I know the subject is about the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Jesus Christ, there is no way in God's earth that they can pull that house down. There is no way. That is like, right, God forbid, if any of my family members were ever murdered, Jesus Christ, Lord and above, was murdered in a house just like this, and somebody was caught for it, and they were going in June to be, whatever. I don't know what's going to go on in June. I think it's going to be a big farce. But anyway, and they say they're going to tear it down before it even gets to that.
Yeah, that's.
I would be on that roof.
You'd be on.
I'd be on that roof.
You said you'd be on that.
I'd be on that roof if that was my sister or my brother. I'd be on that roof. You're not tearing this house down.
Yeah.
I swore over my life I would be on that roof. No one. These kids deserve a trial, an equal trial, just like if everybody's going to call him Koberger, let's go with that. Everybody deserves everything, right? An equal trial, end of. But to tear that house down before the trial even begins, this doesn't make sense to anyone on God's green earth. No way.
Yeah. That's why.
I know. Are you laughing at me or are you vaping?
No.
See, if you're vaping, I'm going to kill you.
I was coughing. I'm not.
I know you're coughing because you're vaping too much.
It's all right. I vape one.
No, it's not all right because you're not like the vape. Vape's bad. But anyway, all I want to say is, I'm against, just like most of the callers I've been listening to, against, and especially a doggy park. A doggy park? Are you kidding me? Bringing a dog and the neighbours around there who suffered all this trauma, and for everybody to go, oh sure, let's bring our dogs and be happy and smile and laugh. Right. While 4 children, in my eyes, were brutally murdered. No, there's some, come on, your soul, just like that lady said to you, your spirit, your soul says to you, everything's wrong about that. You know it in your heart of hearts. Everything's wrong about that.
For sure.
Exactly. Well, sure, that's like, okay, say there is a trial and say it does take place, okay, and it's not televised, right, that's fine. And everybody gets in and then we have to listen to the jargon after. The only thing remains is at home, and the jury will never see it. Just like the last caller and the last caller before and before, they'll never get to see it. They'll never be able to walk in and see where the kids were or where they were. Are you kidding me right now? And another thing, I have never watched every single thing about it, and I don't watch mainstream media. I watch you and Jay on YouTube. I've never seen any CID walk out with their covers on their feet and taking them off. There was nothing on there was nothing. There was no residue. There was no nothing. And my best friend was stabbed to death. Just one. And there's a big cover up here. And the CID was walking out and their covers on their shoes. There was blood. There was 4 bodies. 4 children.
There's got to be blood somewhere, right? I mean,
are you kidding me? You would have been slipping, you would have been sliding, you would have been all over the place. And that sounds horrible to say, but you would have been. The police would have been, excuse, please, I'm sorry, trigger warden. It would have been a bloodbath.
For sure, but whether he killed them while they were sleeping or not, I feel like you make
no way.
Stab wound.
No way. I'm going to call you T-Rex because I love your woman. I love your woman. You do the Rex thing, and I know I'm over my 5 minutes, but I don't care because I'm calm from Ireland. But what I want to say to you is, I swore over my life, I want you to do me one big favor, and I want you to open your mind. Just open your mind to another perspective of this.
Yeah,
another perspective.
I mean, I do believe certain things. Like I believe that Koberger is the guy allegedly, but I do.
Yeah, you're saying allegedly.
Allegedly, but I do have an open mind to other things that could be going on.
No way. Just because he was in criminology and he looked, well, man, that's all of us. That's all of us in your chat right now.
For sure. No, I'm saying I have an open mind to other things that could have happened, though. If you get what I'm saying, like maybe
you have listened.
Any other, I always got an open mind.
I know, and you know more than we do because you've talked to so many people that have reached out to you. So we are not privy to what you know. And all I want to say is to you is please keep an open mind and always innocent until proven. But see these kids deserve the right person to be behind bars, or what happens in Idaho, if it's a death sentence or not, I don't believe in it, but whatever. I swore, T-REV, you're on the right track. I that's why I watch you. I love you. Like my bill is like rocketing, but I don't give a shit because I believe that's why people are reaching out to you. Why do you think people are reaching out to you?
I don't know. It baffles me. A lot
you don't know?
Seriously, I don't. I mean, I know.
What did that woman say to you? What did that woman say to you that I don't know if it was like, that night?
What hit me, what she said, she was like, I only wanted to talk to you and only you.
The spirit knows the spirit. And God knows God knows everything. And see, everyone in chat has a feeling about something. And most of the chat and most of the other chats I've seen is that there's something not right.
Mm-hmm.
And if you've got that feeling in your soul, there's something not right, then there's something not right.
Yeah.
And I do believe, and I don't care, they can come and arrest me. Hands up, I'm guilty. I do believe that the police are involved. And I do believe that there's something hidden and we're not being told, or someone knows something, and I hope to God they come forward.
That shit.
I really hope and pray. I pray for these kids every single night before I go to bed. I don't even know them. But you get to know them through social media and the likes of what you're doing now. You get to know these kids.
Yeah, no.
You're kidding me right now. If that was my niece, I swore I would go nuts. Just like her sister did. Her sister. See, Kelly's sister, she did everything that she could possibly humanly do. That family did do anything to find out anything about her sister and their daughter. Because they only found out at 6 o'clock at night. Which is unbelievable to me. Even if you are in a sorority, because I lived in Boston for 2 years, so I kind of got to know about sororities and fraternities, and I was like, what? Jesus, it sounds like a cult. Trev, I'm going to call you T-Rex for a laugh.
That's fine. I'm happy with T-Rex. T-Rex is fucked.
Just please, I beg you, keep an open mind.
Mm-hmm.
This wee lad may be getting stitched up. We've seen it time and time again.
Are you from Belfast?
Seen it. Pardon?
Are you from Belfast?
Yeah.
In Ireland, Belfast, right?
Yeah. Oh my God! Are you a detective? Are you a detective, John?
No. I watched Sons of Anarchy, so it was like, you know, I was familiar with the.
Oh my God! Yeah, they filmed in my street, filmed around the corner, filmed down the other street. Oh yeah, I've met all the actors.
So you know, yeah, I studied them, like not studied them, but follow a lot of them. So it's like I know, you know, I'm familiar with the sound.
Oh my God, them actors were so lovely. Do you know that I woke up on Sunday morning and I was like, oh, for God's sake, who's out at the door? And it was this man in a suit, and I went, oh Jesus, what did I do? You know, I thought I was getting arrested. And he went, there you go, and he handed me 200 quid, which I don't know what it is in dollars, but 200 quid is $200, say, right? And I went, what's that for? And he said, that's just for, you know, the inconvenience of filming in the street. And I was like, oh, right, okay. Thank you, bye. And there was no inconvenience. It was brilliant. Watching them do everything, their motorbikes and oh my God, it was unreal. It was unreal. And then the water, because they had to level and it was raining, and Ireland's usually raining like shit, like it's raining now, but it wasn't raining when they came, so they had to make the rain. And it was crazy. But I've taken up too much of your time, but all I really want to say is that keep an open mind, and please, we need some kind of petition to stop this house from getting knocked down.
Yeah, definitely a petition for stopping it until after trial. Those I feel like the jurors
for for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That guy said something about the your woman who's representing Koberger said, oh, sure, that'll be brilliant for her. I was like, I don't understand that. Why would it be brilliant for her? Surely to God, it would work in her favor.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
No, I get what you're saying.
I know I'd go on and on. And listen, you know the old saying, you could talk for Ireland, I could talk for Ireland. So I'm really, really sorry. I love your show. Love everything, you and Jay. Love it, love it, love it. Happy St. Patrick's Day. And I'm going to say Slan, and thank you so much.
Thank
Slan go foil.
God bless you, man. Lock your damn doors too over there in Ireland. You never.
Oh our doors are locked all the time. We lock our doors.
Lock.
We know the dangers. We've been through a war. We know the dangers.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate
exactly.
I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for having a voice in the community, even nationwide.
I love you.
We love you back. Thank you so much.
God bless.
God bless. Bye bye. Shout out to her. 618. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, actually I can. What's going on?
Oh, okay. I have headphones on, so I wasn't sure.
I can hear you fine.
Okay,
You're good.
So I've been keeping up with this whole Idaho 4 thing, like, ad nauseum. Like, it baffles me how the whole you're innocent until proven guilty, how it's supposed to be. That's how it's supposed to be in America.
Absolutely.
But we have so many people right now that are just so steadfast on, BK, he did it. There's no way he didn't do it. And now we're going to, instead of looking at the evidence and, you find out who did it, we have this guy, and now we're going to build up we're going to make the evidence, make him do, make sure the evidence shows he did it. Does that make sense?
For sure. I get what you're saying. But what do you think about them tearing the house down?
Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That was just
it needs to be left alone until after, the trial, because that I've never heard of anything like that. Who gets rid of? Remember those girls in Ohio that were kept in that house for I think it was 12 years or something like that. They tore that house down.
And then they were found. I think one was in the basement or something. Chained.
Yep.
Yeah.
They made that Lifetime movie about them. Well, they tore that house down as well, but it was after, the guy ended up, I think, ending his life while in custody, but that house was going to be there until that trial would have concluded.
Right.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. Just like that one
know.
guy. What's that one dude's name? They had he had the girl locked in a container, killed her boyfriend, but he was killing so many different people. But he had a lot of land. I can't remember his damn name. It was a long time.
Oh, in those shipping crates.
Yeah, he had it in a shipping. He locked her in a ship. But for some reason, she was the only one that he saved. Weird.
I don't know. Maybe I feel like that didn't that happen in Ohio?
I forget exactly where it happened because he was trying to get the triple digits on his murders, He was talking about it in his interviews. He's like, or actually, he wasn't talking about it in his interviews. It was actually the girl in the cargo that he had locked up in the cargo and was feeding and showering, and he was, doing things to her. And that girl right there had a lot of strength. I remember seeing her on the stand. I actually did I rewatched some stuff the other day and seen the trial, and you can see how damaged that young lady was at the time, and even in trial.
I think that once they opened up, like they didn't expect anyone to be alive in there, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was horrible.
So I mean, like, do you think that I'm asking you in general, do you think that there's other players in this case?
I mean, okay, so obviously I wasn't there, and I can only speak to the experiences that I've had. And like, I'm from a more urban area, and I moved to a smaller town, but it's a small college town, just like Moscow is. And I didn't get in trouble until I moved to that place. Like, there's so much that goes on in places like that, and people I see it in the comments all the time when people are like, oh, that can't happen. Why would they're not dealing with people like that? You would be surprised. So, like, the crazy stuff just doesn't happen in, New York City and California. You know what I mean? Like, if you were going to have an entire operation go on, wouldn't you want to make sure the place you were doing your business didn't have a lot of issues, a lot of heavy foot traffic, in the sense of not so good people?
Right.
And those kids were those aren't, impoverished individuals. Those are people who had money, and I'm not going to put anything on anybody, but I don't believe in coincidences. There's no such thing. If it looks fishy, it's probably because it is.
Some of these comments are funny as hell.
That's my 2 cents. So I'm going to jump off of here and finish my evening out, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your show.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you calling in and having a voice in the community, and lock your doors, man. And God bless you. Stay safe out there, because there is predators preying.
Yep. All day, every day. Don't fall for the okie doke.
Exactly. Stay safe. I appreciate you calling in, though, and voicing your opinion, and just having a voice in the community, like I say to everybody else, because that's important. Stay safe. I'll holler at you next time you call in. If you do. If you don't,
All right.
Much love to you.
Yep.
Shout out to her, man. If you want to call in 219-885-9693, what's your thoughts? You are now on the Nancy Grace Philosophy Channel. Get the fuck out of here! That's how we feel about conflict. 951. Don't have a gun. What's going on? Is this Papa Sal, or am I wrong?
My brother.
Yeah, I knew it was Papa Sal. What's going on, Papa Sal? So what's your thoughts on them taking the house down?
It's just like everybody else. It's fucking crazy. You can't do that. You can't do that. I mean, if I was one of the jurors, I would definitely want to see what I could hear. Especially, I want to hear there's someone in the house. I want to hear, don't worry, I'm going to help you. I want to hear these fucking things from different rooms. I also want to hear what Bethany could have heard or could have not heard down on the bottom floor. I would want to hear everything. The sounds, the walking up the steps, everything. You can't tear that fucking thing down. By the way, who said they're tearing it down recently?
That was actually on Court TV.
They said they're going to tear it down recently.
Per reports, yeah, absolutely. After they didn't have a set date, right? They didn't have a set date from what he said, but they were, after they, I don't get why. And that's another thing. They're going to clean it up and then tear it down. Like, I don't know. That's another thing that just stood out. Like, why not just tear it down?
Right. I always thought that the boards on the windows and doors, they're doing that to keep the looky-loos out. I mean, I know they got a cop there, but at the same time, they're covering the windows and doors. Don't take any chances. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For
and
sure.
as far as the guy that owns the house, this is definitely a tax write-off. This is a charity thing. I mean, he's going to get a lot of money back. Look at Trump does shit like that. Okay, he sells real estate all the time, or he gives real estate away just so he can get the write-off. That's all it is. It's a write-off. So, I mean, he's doing something good. Donating it to the school, and they're going to build a memorial. And at the same time, this guy's probably got money, and it's a tax write-off. So he looks like the good guy. And I agree with Ireland about the blood.
Yeah.
A lot of fucking blood. A lot of blood. And I think you vape too much too. You got to cut off on the fucking vaping there.
Do I?
I'm only kidding. I don't want to hear you coughing all the time.
Damn, now that you said that, I got to hit all three of them at the same time. I'm serious. So you get triple the dose.
It's all right. I'm smoking a cigarette.
Nah, it's impossible to hit all three of them at the same time. But seriously, though.
Yeah.
A lot of people, a lot of shit that I've been reading through when I go through my emails, like I was just, before I fell asleep last night, I was hanging out just looking through my emails, and people send me their theories and stuff all the time. And, they're a lot different, but I mean, like the scenarios that people describe in the emails with their theories are different, but it always has the same players in there that are on every single email. Brent Kopeka, Ian Harsh, and Brian, and then I seen one that had Dylan's boyfriend, and it was like, but it's always the same 3 to 4 people that I hear about. And then you got some that are blaming the police, that are saying that the police did it.
Yeah, see, I don't. That's really fucking stretching. Okay, they're reaching there. I know a lot of people. Listen, this is just my opinion. I do not think the police did anything. That was like in the beginning. Do you remember in the beginning of this fucking shit, they were blaming or looking at the father, Kaylee's dad, might have had something to do with it. Do you remember that?
Yeah. No, I remember that. Was it Kaylee's dad, or was it somebody? It was. I forget who it was, man. We've heard so much shit that it's wild.
Right. Then you got guys like Dr. Thrifty and everybody else that they bringing these things up, and that's why you're hearing a lot of stuff. You're hearing different things, but keep your head where you feel is right. You know what I mean? Like, remember in the beginning, I know me and you do not believe that 3 or 4 fucking people went into that house, or Brian was the driver. I know you don't believe it.
No,
I don't believe it. And we said it from the beginning of this fucking thing. And that's the way it is. I mean, again, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again. They would have arrested other people already. There's no way they wouldn't have gotten
Dude,
people.
Brian would be
They would-
singing like Mariah Carey. I've said this many a times, but I do keep an open mind and I do listen and to other people because in general we're not all gonna have the same opinions, but I do listen and take things with a grain of salt. Just like the woman Paula that called in. They call her Mom Bomb, just like she called in and said all those things with the corruption going on or there is allegedly corruption going on. So I mean, I listen. I like to listen to some of these locals that call in and talk about it because they're right there in the mix.
Yeah, I like listening to it too. I listen to everything, and I keep an open mind about everything. But it still comes down to the how the fuck do you say it? It's, like, okay, if he was just the driver and 3 other people went in there, forget the cartel thing. I am definitely the cartel. I don't think they work like that. No, I don't think so. And I know a lot of people are going to throw tomatoes at me now, but no, I don't think that. And that's what you do. You sit back, you listen to these people, and you got to say, really, do you really believe that? I don't believe that. I don't believe there was a cartel. And this guy went around their house 3 or 4 times, working up the nerve to go in there and butcher these poor kids. He circled the place. He did his broken U-turns. He was trying to work up the nerve to get up there to say, I'm going to do it now. I'm telling you. And that's what I believe that. And
Building himself up in his head. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, like, he drove up.
So what do you think? Sereno 213 in chat says, ask Sal what he thinks about the cartel being involved.
Well, that's what I just finished
I
saying.
know, I know you were touching up on it, but I seen that come across. I was like, what?
Yeah, I don't believe that, and I don't believe the police did it. I don't believe the father had anything to do with it. I don't believe any of that shit. Those are just crazy rumors that are going around, and people are fucking talking about it. No, this guy was an animal.
Just like Mouthy Mama just reminded me on the O.J. Simpson trial, the jury was taken on a tour in the crime scene.
Right. They went around Bundy. They looked. I don't know if the blood was taken up from the pathway to the door, but I remember the jury going to the house and looking at it. She went upstairs. She took a bath. She had the candles going. Doorbell rings, or she's thinking that it was the guy with the mother's glasses. She comes down and OJ slices her fucking neck. You know what I mean? They want to see all this shit. They want to relive it. Somebody said they don't want to relive it. Well, neither does the family.
Right.
Those 4 families don't want to relive what's going to be presented in court. They don't want to do that. But they have to in order to get this thing settled, to get if he's guilty. I mean, that would really suck if they come out and they find out that he's not guilty, or something happens in the trial where they got to go through it again and again and again. I mean, look at the family. Forget the jury. I mean, I'm sure I've never been on a jury before, but I'm sure they asked them, are you okay with going to a crime scene? There's going to be blood. How do you guys feel about the blood that you might see? I'm sure they ask all these questions. Although, like I said, I've never been on a jury. So.
Shit, some of them jurors be talking for a long fucking time.
What's that?
I said they go over stuff for a long time. They talk for a long time, going over a lot of stuff. So I'm sure they have tons of conversations.
Right. You know, they want to, let them know, like, we're going to walk into the room where it happened. There's going to be blood on the walls. There's going to be blood on the floor. How do you feel about that? Let them know. But everybody's saying that they cleaned up the place. I mean, I don't really believe severe lung infection. What's that?
The cartel isn't involved. If he was stalking Kaylee on socials, would make sense why he picked that night. She was back in town for the weekend and then was going to be gone. She was already moved, she was already moved. It was the last chance. That's what Sal says all the time. Sal was saying that last time when I talked to you. Remember, you were like, that was his last chance to get him? Or no, that actually, I said that wasn't Sal. That was actually Detective John. My bad. Detective John said that. Kaylee was moving. That was his last chance. But from everything, per report, and it could be complete bullshit, it was alleged that Madison was the one he was obsessed over. But I mean, that's all we keep hearing this shit from left field, right field, center field, and we don't know if it's true or not.
Yep. I've always thought that too. I always thought it was Maddie. Everybody was saying Kaylee, and I was thinking, well, I got a feeling it's fucking Maddie. But I agree with everything Detective John says. I believe it was just one guy.
Detective John's pro-police, though. Like if I'm up here right now saying there's corruption, Detective John's gonna call me, and and that's why I like having him up here, because he'll talk the police side, and
well, he's gonna defend his brothers. I get it. I fucking get it. He's gonna defend his brothers. And like I said, John, if you're listening, I don't think the police have anything to do with it. So. Hey, those cops, you know how sick to their stomach they must have felt when they walked into that room?
Right.
Moscow hasn't ever seen anything like that. This was like a culture. This is like me living in West Virginia from New York. Fucking culture shock. He walked into that room and there was blood all over the place. It had to be disgusting. Cops were feeling ill about this whole thing. They never seen anything like this. Nah, cops had nothing to do with it. I'm sorry.
Shit, they probably were throwing up.
Yeah.
I can only
it's
imagine.
amazing. It's amazing that we never seen them take the bodies out of the house. I always wondered why. We've seen Nicole Brown Simpson get carried out. We've seen a lot.
Yeah, but in that defense, though, that I mean, O.J. Simpson, he used to be an NFL player and shit. You know what I mean?
Right. He was a star. Yes. He was somebody. He was the juice. I get it.
It's mostly all the stars we see the bodies getting pulled out.
Yeah. Michael Jackson, too. His body was taken out. I think it was flown out, as a matter of fact. I don't know. I don't remember. But yeah, I know. Anyway, buddy. Shit. I think let other people call in.
You drawing blanks?
Well, I just want to give other people a chance.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of times when you come on, I like to wait and hear what a lot of the people say, before I come on.
For sure.
But I love you. I love the callers. I love the family. I love the neighborhood, brother.
Yes, sir.
I love the neighborhood.
We love you back, man.
All right, pal.
We love you back, Papa Sal. God bless you.
Have a great day, everybody. You too, T.
I'll talk to you soon, Bubba.
Bye-bye.
All right, later. Shout out to Papa. Sorry, I don't answer unknown calls. Last time I answered over and over, I thought I was playing fucking Call of Duty. 346, you're in the mix. What's going on? You live?
Rev, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. What's going on? You live?
Check this out, man. this has to do with the attorney of Kohlberger. Something I'm seeing that nobody's talking about. I don't want to hold up too much of your time. I'm just going to throw this out there and let everybody look at it the way they look at it. Okay,
Yes,
let's back up. So Brian Kohlberger is on his way to Washington with his father, right?
Mm-hmm.
As he gets arrested in Washington, he goes to jail in Washington. He has that man lawyer who's speaking for him out of Washington
Mm-hmm.
that he was appointed. Well, while that's being done, back in Idaho, the house that the incident happened in was about to be, all the items were about to be dispersed back to the family members. The female lawyer in Idaho put a hold on that, and supposedly she was doing a reenactment of the crime or restaging what happened there. And she was labeled as Brian Kohlberger's attorney. Well, that's impossible. If you've ever been to court, the judge has to appoint you attorney. So what they were selling to us is that she's his attorney back in Idaho while he's in Washington. So she supposedly stopped this whole disbursement of all the personal items to the family.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me try to get this all in a nutshell. I've been wanting to talk about it for weeks and haven't really. Okay, so now he's getting flown back to Idaho on that Washington State Police plane. So we track it all the way back to Idaho. It lands. They take him to the courthouse. They bring him in the courthouse. The next day, he's magistrated, and he's given his probable cause affidavit. Well, when he's given his probable cause affidavit, the blonde lawyer is sitting next to him as his lawyer, but yet she has not yet been appointed to him. So there's something behind the scenes that has happened where I believe the judge and the town or whoever is in the hierarchy there has positioned this lady as his attorney without him being in state or without him being appointed. You have to be proven indigent before you can get an attorney, anybody that's been to court. So upon his first hearing, let me back up. He gets magistrated. The lawyer's sitting next to him. Okay, he goes back to jail. Then it's his second court date, which is a few days later. He goes back to court, and if you look back, you can replay the court date. Here's what happened. Brian Kohlberger sitting in there, and the attorney says, I'm just wanting to know, and she asked, and I'm going to try to say this verbatim. It's been a few months. She asked him, she says, so do you agree to have Miss whatever the lady's name is as your attorney, or do you want another attorney? He says, I have an attorney. She says, so you want, I need to prove you're indigent. You want this lady as your attorney. He says, I already have an attorney. Then the judge says, okay, so I'm going to appoint you this lady as your attorney. So the lady was just appointed at that time, which was his second court date. Well, if she was just appointed,
yeah,
at
first
his second
one
court date,
was in PA when they ran in his house in Pennsylvania. Well, I think it was Albrightsville.
It was the man you're talking about in Washington, where the man was the attorney and he was appointed.
I mean, in Pennsylvania, that's when he got arrested, and then he was sent to.
Oh yeah, excuse me, I mistaken Washington for Pennsylvania. Yes, the man lawyer in Pennsylvania.
Right.
Thanks for your correction.
No, you
did correct me. Yeah, but so that lawyer was appointed to him because he was in Pennsylvania. He was in Philadelphia, and so he could legally get appointed a lawyer there by the state of Pennsylvania. But how, when he's in Pennsylvania, can he be appointed a lawyer in Idaho? So this lady was already appointed to him before he had even been to court. And what I'm trying to say is, so it was his second court date All right, the first court date, the probable cause affidavit came out, and that lady was with him in court, but she was not on paper his lawyer yet. But it was already been reported that she was his lawyer, and she stopped the house from being cleaned out. So it had been being reported for a couple of weeks that she was his lawyer. So then he gets magistrated, the probable cause affidavit comes out. Then he goes back to the cell under the courthouse. And then 3 days later, he comes back in, and they have to find out who his lawyer is. And that's where the judge was asking him if she wanted him to appoint a lawyer for him. And he said, I have a lawyer. She said, so you don't want me to appoint a lawyer for you? He says, I have a lawyer. And she says, so you want this lady to be your lawyer? He says, yes. She says, okay, I will appoint her as your attorney. So how has this lady been sitting next to him in court, and how does she have the power to get in this house? What I'm trying to say is I think the judge and the attorney, or whoever's higher up in that town, has created this lawyer, and they slipped this lawyer in as his lawyer to backdoor him. I think they think that this he's going to melt in this lawyer's hands, and that they set him up with this lawyer, and he's fallen for it. And I'm not trying to get him out of it, but I think that the lawyer was positioned there because, oh my God. Yeah, oh my God. You can believe me or not. Anyway, I'll bounce. That's what's up. I'm just letting you know. She wasn't appointed until the second court date.
Nah, I mean, oh my God, like that's some wild ass shit if it's true, right? I mean,
it is true. It is true. You prove me wrong. I'm telling you. If you go back to his second court date, you will see where the topic of indigency comes up, and she asked him if he wants her to appoint a lawyer, and he states twice, I have an attorney.
Mm-hmm.
And then she said, okay, so if you want me to appoint this woman, and I'm sorry I don't have her name. If you want me to appoint this woman as your lawyer, I will go ahead and appoint her as your lawyer.
And it like Ann Taylor or something?
The blonde lawyer that he's sitting next to in court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know her name. I just know that she was reported to be his attorney while he was in Pennsylvania. And how in the hell can he be appointed that attorney if he's in Pennsylvania? He still has to be proven indigent, and he still has to be in court to be appointed that lawyer. He has to fill out an indigency form. You can't be appointed a lawyer before you fill out an indigency form.
I'm fine. I'm hearing you. I get his point.
And I don't know. What do you think about that? Do you think
that's it's wild? Yeah, shit's wild. All of it's wild, bro. This whole case has been a fucking circus.
Yeah,
so far.
So,
you know,
definitely so. But I just think that Brian has fallen for the trap with this lawyer. I think it was a trap, and he was set into it. So people that think that I don't know. I just think it was a trap, and this lawyer was set up, and she fell right into his lap. And now they're expecting him to fall right into her lap, and he's going to give up the goods because the way he feels towards women. So he's got a woman judge and a woman attorney, and I think they're going to rake him over the coals. Basically, is what I see coming. So anyway, I'll let you guys have it.
Somebody in chat said it's the death penalty case. She is the only qualified.
Okay, but she still can't be.
I don't know that to be true, so I can't. I just read what somebody said.
Well, let me ask you this. Hey, Rev, I believe you've been to court before, right?
Hell yeah, I've been to court.
Okay, I've been to court a few times myself. How the hell are you going to get a lawyer before the lawyer even considers you to be indigent or get a public defender?
Right.
You know, especially while you're out of state. That's
I had to fill out papers.
Do you agree with that?
100%.
Okay, so that's funny business.
Because I've been through the system, so I know how to.
Yeah. Exactly, me too. And you have to be proven indigent, and the lawyer, the judge has to appoint you the lawyer. So if you play back his second court date and you listen to the way they slipped that lawyer in there when she's already supposedly been his lawyer for 2 weeks, they slip her in 2 weeks at his second court date. They slip her in and get it on the record that she's the attorney and that he's been proven indigent. So I think she's and oh, this is the other part that I didn't mention. It's been so long since I thought about this. Well, there was talk about that attorney being the girl's parents' attorney, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if this lawyer was the girl's parents' attorney, when she stopped that house cleaning and she's sitting next to Brian Koberger in court, that's just a big conflict of interest, and she could have still been working for the parents while she was talking to Brian and not attorney of record. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So she's an attorney for the parents, but yet she's got Brian under her wing, and she's acting as his attorney and fooling him, like pulling the wool over his eyes before she's attorney of record in court. So she still was working for the parents, in my opinion, as she's trying to get information or something of that sort. I don't know. I may be speaking too fast.
No, you good, man. I get you're making sense on what you're saying. You know, I don't know law in Idaho, but yeah, definitely. that shit's weird.
Yeah. So if
and then she represented the mom of, I think, Xana too. So it's like there's a lot of weird things there.
Yeah, but that lawyer shouldn't have been reported as his lawyer or even sitting next to him in court when the probable cause came out if she wasn't his lawyer of record as a public defender. Now, if she was a paid attorney, yes, I could see her sitting next to him when the probable cause came out, but she wasn't a paid attorney. She was somehow placed in position by somebody that's running the show over there in Idaho and got some strings that they can pull. And something happened there that nobody's seeing. It was a hoodwink type thing, I guess.
Yeah, dude, that's.
I don't know.
I did actually. I appreciate you actually calling up and bringing that shit up because it's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah.
A lot of people aren't talking about that. You're right.
You say a lot of people are,
or no, they're not. In general, I mean, you would be the first one to really bring that to the forefront to my attention.
Yeah, I made a video about it, but I only put it up for a day. I only got 100 subscribers. I think it had 13 views or something, and I said, you know what? I'll just take the video down. I'll call Rev. You were in the dentist or the doctors. I think that was a month or two ago, and that's when I wanted to report. I was wondering where you were at. I think a week.
Well, I'm glad you got through, bro. Because to be honest with you, if there's anybody in here right now that has any knowledge on what my man just explained, I would love to hear from you. I'd love to hear the breakdown on that one, because that shit is weird.
Well, I think I'm putting it down pretty good, and you're picking it up. You see what I'm talking about the appointing of the attorney and the indigency, and how the hell can he have an attorney while he's out of state, represented by another attorney? It's just, and then it's so funny how that attorney was the attorney for the girl's parents, but yet she's sitting next to Brian Koberger in court. It just stinks. And that may be, and I hate to say this, that may be a good thing for Koberger. Koberger may be able to say that it was a conflict of interest and that she backdoored him, you know, and be able to pull something like that he wasn't even appointed the lawyer, but he was given the lawyer who was representing the girl's parents. Somehow she was slipped in, and I don't know that they could prove that the judge was involved in doing it. And I'm not trying to get him off, but I'm saying there's grounds for appeal and stuff like that. And not that an appeal would help him. I mean, he's definitely responsible in my opinion.
A lot of people in chat are saying they didn't appoint her until he was being extradited. I'm sure they knew he was indigent.
Indigent.
Yeah, indigent
Okay.
from his first
Well, that's
the first
incorrect.
appearance in Pennsylvania. So it was an extradition. She's a head honcho. They didn't slip her in. He had to have a lawyer when he waived extradition. She was also not an attorney for Xana's mom. That was false. So there's a lot of people are saying it's debunked.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
I'm just reading comments in general.
No, I understand totally, but you know, a lot of people are how do you say, they haven't been through the system, they don't know the system, and they can speculate all they want to, and you can say that I'm speculating, but what I'm dropping is facts. If you go back and see his first court date, the lady sitting next to him, that's the first day the probable cause was released. We didn't think all that information was going to be released, but it was. And when it was released, she was his attorney. And that was the day after. It was the morning after he was flown back from Pennsylvania to Idaho. So they brought him up from the basement, right? And they bring him in court, and she's his attorney. Now, it took a week for her to be appointed the lawyer. It had to be done on the record. And you can go back and watch his second court date. So the lady was definitely a player before she was appointed. That is 100% facts. And whoever in the chat wants to argue with that, you're 100% completely wrong. I've been watching this thing up close, and that's what happened, period. Anyway, I'll let y'all kick that around. I'm going to get down.
No doubt, my boy. I appreciate you calling up and voicing using your voice in the community, my brother. I appreciate you. God bless you, my boy.
Yes, sir. God bless you, man. I think they're setting them up, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but and I think it's a good thing, but it is something that's fishy and it smells. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
No doubt, my boy.
Oh my God! To this day. To this day.
219-885-9693. What y'all think about that? Debunked. Hey, it was debunked. That shit. I never even paid attention to that shit. That's small noise to me, to be honest with you. 623, what's going on? You're live. 623, can you hear me?
Yes.
You're live.
This is your adopted grandma from Phoenix, Arizona, Grandma Patty.
Grandma Patty, it's nice to hear from you again.
Oh, yeah. I would always miss you. The times you would come on, then you didn't come on for a while. And so I kept missing you.
Well, I'm getting that damn schedule back.
I sure will.
I'm getting my schedule back on being on.
Oh, you're okay.
Being more live,
you know. Get it together here so I can tune in.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. How
I'm
you
just
been?
kidding. But listen, after Friday, I can't say that I'm 75 anymore because Friday on St. Patrick's Day, I turned 76.
Well, happy late birthday.
Well, thank you. But listen, I wanted to say something. Well, one thing is, I don't want them to tear that house down because there is nothing like going to the scene and seeing it. I mean, you can watch anything on TV, but it's just not the same thing. Because when I lived in Arkansas and we had tornadoes, we would see them on TV, but if we'd go down to look at everything, because I was real close to it, it wasn't anything like the TV doesn't pick it up. So I'm hoping they don't tear that house down.
Yeah, I don't know why they're even insinuating doing it before the trial, but that's...
Hey, on the Manson thing that happened with Sharon Tate and them, they didn't tear the house down till after the trial. Same thing with O.J. Simpson. They didn't tear that house down till after the trial.
Right. They even in the jury went on
they sure did.
They went through there.
Yes.
That's
and anyway, another thing that bothers me about DM, I don't know the things they're saying about her or whatever, but one thing that bothers me, I made the kind of mistake of listening to that cam thing that picked up from 50 yards away the sounds that were coming from that room.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way that anybody in that house would have thought that somebody was playing with a dog or friends partying or horsing around or whatever, because the sounds that were coming from that room were so, I mean, I had sleepless nights after that. And so on that case, on that part, I just don't believe her on that part. But the rest of the things they say about her, I don't know anything. But I just wanted to bring that up. And I don't know, and I don't want to accuse or judge anybody, because I did that with Kaylee's boyfriend, and I don't ever want to do that again, because I still feel guilty about that.
Yeah.
And that's really about all I have to say. I do agree with Detective Juan on a lot of things. I don't think anybody else had anything to do with it. I think it was just him. He's just a freak.
Yeah.
And really, that's about all. And I just,
Freak of nature.
Yep, exactly. So, like, The Bad Seed. I don't know if you ever saw the movie The Bad Seed, but I think that's kind of what he is, But anyway, I just wanted to say hi, and I really missed you. And I'll be tuning in now, so you get your thing together about sleeping the right hours.
Yeah, I know. That's actually ended up staying up. I slept. I woke up perfectly this morning, so I mean,
Good.
I feel like I'm back on track. So as long as I go to bed by 1 a.m., I'll be all right.
Well, I love you, grandson, and I love your viewers, and I'll just talk to you again. Give somebody else a chance.
I love you too, Grandma Patty, and I'll be hearing from you soon. God bless you. And
All righty. God bless you. Bye.
Play some piano for me.
Okay. All righty. Love ya.
Love you back. God bless her. 219-885-9693. Make sure you call in. Grandma Patty in the building. I said happy late birthday. I meant early. It's all right though. Aaron says, I'm so confused. It's probably that dab you took. 661, what's going on? You live. 661, you can hear me? 661, what's going on? You live.
Hello?
You can hear me?
Oh, yeah, I did get you. Yeah, I can hear you.
The live stream is like way off, so it's like 20 seconds behind.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, hold on.
You have to pause it. Or just mute it or something.
Okay, hold on.
She said, hold on. So we're on hold. We're on hold. We're on hold. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, you're there. I was like, hold up, are you there? All right, so you're live. What's going on? What's your thoughts? What's on your mind?
Oh, I have a ton of thoughts. I'm almost as old as I could be your other grandma because I'm 71. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
I'm here. Okay, you're there. I was like, hold up.
Okay, so
you might want to. Can you mute that? Is it possible for you to mute that? Because everybody else can they can hear it, like in the background.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly. Yep.
Okay.
Perfectly. Just fine.
So I had something else. I had the stream playing, and that's what I was messed up.
Yeah, it'll do.
Okay.
It'll do that. It'll do that to you.
Okay. So I have a lot of thoughts on this, and I've been following crime since I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing I wanted to say is there was a lady that made a comment about having something tangible.
Yes.
And because if you have something tangible to look at, to see, to feel, whatever, you tend to believe it more. It's just like a lot of people don't believe in God because they can't see him, for an example. right?
Right.
So I'm saying I don't think the house should be torn down. I think that, you know, I'm a hands-on type person.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to go in there and, you know, they do give you stuff to put on your nose if the house is going to smell. Because I've been to the, what do you call it? Down in, I live in California, to the mortuary inside of it. And they give you stuff so that you don't have to smell the smells if they're still there. But I think that, and if there's people that are older and not tech savvy, I think it would be harder for them to look at images and get an idea of the dimensions and where things were and what happened. And I think that one part about DM seeing him go out, I'd like to really, if I was a juror, I'd like to really see what she may have seen. But anyway, I guess my whole point is, you know, I've listened to a lot of your shows. I've listened to a lot of your callers. And, you know, at one point I had it like, yeah, that's him. He's the guy. He did it for sure. No problem. No question in my mind. And please don't be upset with me, chat. But as time has gone on, because he was that kid that was picked on and, you know, whatever else happened. And it just sounds like the town is screwy. It sounds like it was a party house. There were drugs involved. Two people survived it. You know, all that is so strange to me.
Mm-hmm.
You get it?
Yeah, no, I'm following you.
Okay, so like there was a movie a long time ago called Murder on the Orient Express with Johnny Depp. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Johnny Depp?
People couldn't figure out who the killer was, right? If it was really this one. Huh?
I said Johnny Depp was the killer?
No, he was just in the movie. But it turned out
no. I was asking, like, did he play the killer in the movie or no?
no. Well, partially because it turned out everybody had an involvement in the killing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's my point. Is like too many weird things have happened in this case with the police, with the FBI, with the schools, and wanting to tear it down. People mentioning drugs, and if drugs are involved, yeah, they're going to want to get rid of all that shit. I mean, all that stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I would bet if it was a drug house, party house, whatever you want to call it, the floors are probably hollowed out so they could stash the drugs in there. There's probably a lot more that people know about that house than we'll ever know. So at one time when I solidly believed that he did it, I'm beginning to wonder if he's framed.
So are you on the he's being framed side?
No, I'm not. I'm not on either. I'm just,
okay.
Like I said, my mind has not been made up one way or another, and I could see where a juror could possibly feel the same way because, like I said, in the beginning, 100%, he did it. He was it. That's it. He's the killer, you know. And then as I've been watching it and listening to people, and I've been like on this, listening to everybody and everybody that talks, and there's some scandalous people and some nonsense, but there was some stuff that sounded like it was really true. And I think it was on your show where a local had called in and told you a lot of stuff about drugs and all that stuff. I don't know if that was debunked or not. Betty, was that her name?
What was her name? You said her name was what?
Betty.
There was a lot of locals that have called in.
Okay.
It's so many of them. Oh my goodness. Did you hear the call that I posted up when I talked to the Paula from WSU?
Yeah. And see, that's just it. It's like everybody has some sort of involvement in a felonious way, if you know what I mean. And so, and he is like the perfect target. He's been picked on and all that kind of shit all his life. Not to saying he didn't do it, but once the police, FBI get evidence, they can do whatever they want with. Sorry, I cuss a lot. Whatever they want with it. You know what I mean? They can taint shit. So like I said, he could be being framed, or he could have actually done it. And it's just so hush hush. I mean, they haven't released any autopsies. There's just too many missing pieces that normally we would already know.
Yeah, that's,
you know, like even with O.J. Simpson, or that other person brought up Sharon Tate, the way they were murdered and what happened and how it happened and all that kind of stuff. We knew right away about, you know, what Susan Atkins did and the Manson family did to those people. We knew. And throughout my life, you know, in most cases where stuff's happened, we kind of at least get the report from the coroner's report, and there's nothing. I mean, nothing. We've got bits and pieces. Yes, fingers were almost slashed off. This happened. This might have happened, but not the whole thing. Why is it so secretive?
I like how you have an open mind about it. So you're not necessarily you're just having a complete open mind. I see exactly where you're at, and that's kind of how I am with it. I do think they have the right person for me in general, allegedly, but I still have an open mind to hearing other things just because of the way shit has happened so far. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. See, now, like I said, I was like convinced until I started hearing all these other bits and pieces, and kind of being in the life myself way back when, my early days, on how, you know, when you mess with drugs, things happen, and things disappear, and people want things wiped away.
Right.
That kind of sticks with me a little bit. And so I'm like, okay, now this guy could have been picked on and they chose him. And they may even had him do it. Who knows? But I don't know. It's just so freaking bizarre. And like I said, at one point, to have my mind completely convinced and then changed as I heard story after story after story. So now I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm the same exact way with it. I don't know, but I feel like at the very least they have the right guy, and I do feel because I mean that DNA. I mean the DNA doesn't lie, but I mean, and if it is lying, then somebody planted it there, and who?
Right, exactly. Well, this is what I'm saying. How many people were in that freaking house before the cops were there? And could he have been showing somebody knives or something, and somebody got his sheet?
Right. Could a friend been over at his apartment and grabbed the sheath or the knife in general with the sheath and took it with him, and who knows? And
yeah, exactly. Right. Because, you know, I mean, you don't know, and they keep saying the car circled around, blah, blah, blah. They think there was two people, not one person. Well, what if there was somebody else driving his car? And what if, okay, no offense to the officer that called or anything, but what if there were police? Huh?
If somebody else was driving his car, I think he'd tell on him. That dude ain't about to take no capital murder rap and go down for a fight against no death penalty over the sake of somebody else helping him and him keeping them safe. What is it? Why would he keep them safe from, you know, facing what they would have to face if he?
Well, you know, he did say, right, but he did say, I'm going to be exonerated, and he hasn't said much of anything since then. We haven't heard anything from him. Right,
it's been silence. Yep, I agree.
So who's to say? I mean, you know, a lot of people made that thing about Enan Harsh, and he's gone. I mean, they say he went to San Francisco. Who knows where he is? But he was kind of a flaky type dude. And then the two surviving roommates,
You can't believe the
silence
word that
us.
comes out that dude's mouth. I mean, he changed up
Yeah.
the shit on Facebook and all that. I don't give a fuck about no Enan Harsh. I care about justice for these four. I was about to call them kids, but they're not kids. They're adult. They were adults. They're two 21-year-olds and two 20-year-olds. They deserve the justice, period. And that's just that.
Yeah.
Fuck all the people that
Yeah.
are inserting themselves into the case, like saying, "Oh, I heard screams," "Oh, I did," and changing their Facebook post, etc. That's corny. So his credibility's right out the window.
Yeah, exactly. And he was close enough too, but who knows? But and I do pray. I am not religious, but I'm a very spiritual person, even though I cuss like a sailor. But God don't mind. I pray for their souls. I mean, I pray for their souls, and I pray that they get justice, and I pray they get the right person. And if there's more people involved, I pray that more people. And I hope it's not just a cover up, and there's like this whole web, because if you look at it one way, you could see a web of things happening. If you look at it another way, you could see it's just him. Just however you look at it. So, I don't know, just some food for thought. That's all. I'm not, like I said, in my mind, yes, I believe he did it, but I have doubts. And that's another thing with the jury. They may have doubts.
A lot of people are gonna have doubts, because what we also don't know is what other evidence they have.
Exactly.
You find out if you find out that his DNA is on them from stab wounds that he had from the stab wound, like, it's a wrap. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Exactly. But everything looks so clean. I mean, it's like he seemed to be so meticulous about everything, cleaning up and everything, a little too clean. But I mean, even when they pulled him over, there was no visible scratches. I mean, if he's in a fight if Vanna's in a fight for her life, you would think you would have seen something on him. Or Kaylee, because apparently she put up a fight too. So I don't know. It just all seems so strange to me. And the only time we saw scratches on his face was from those crappy ass, razors from jailhouse razors.
Yeah, they chopped his ass up.
Yeah, and that's the only time you saw scratches, and people started, oh, there they are. No, it was a razor.
How many months? What was it? Let's see. You gotta. He would have been healed from them scratches.
Yeah, exactly. He would have been healed from if there was anything that happened to him during the time of the murder. But if they've been surveilling him all that time for a lot longer than anybody knew, they could have gotten pictures of him if there were scratches. And they're not showing any of that if they do. There's just a lot of stuff that we don't know yet. Everything is just surface, and a lot of us are talking, and we're guessing, and we're speculating, and all that kind of stuff, just like I'm doing right now. But I can't say with my, in all honesty, that I totally believe he did it 100%. Not at this point, but there's still a lot left that we need to know.
Right, and that's what would seal some shit up for me in general. Is this any of their DNA being at his apartment or in his vehicle? Shit like that. Shit like that strong to me. Yeah.
Well, and here, okay, so. Since we're going to go down that hole, takes us a step further. So what if, who was it? He was that Kaylee said she had a stalker and and apparently she went on a Tinder date or something like that, and he was a creep or whatever. So what if she got in his car? Her DNA would be in there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Did she go on a date with him? I don't know. That I remember Steve saying there was some type of connection. But I don't. Right. Now that leaves your mind wondering, what connection is it? Is it a date? Is it, what was it?
What I had heard was that she was going to go out on a date. Now, they didn't say specifically him, but I read into him because they're looking at him and her and the Tinder date files, right? And I forget who was breaking it down. It was a different YouTuber. And kind of speculated that, it could have been her. It didn't say go as far as getting at her, putting her in the car, but just say that they went to go get something to eat and she got to the place and decided, you know what, this guy's really freaking me out. I ain't going back with him, and just ditched him. Her DNA would be in the car. So I'm just saying, I went a little bit off there, but with this case, who knows? And then they also had, who was it? Maddie also, I think they were both on Tinder and that other one, what's that? All those sites,
A lot of speculating on OnlyFans too from people.
Right, exactly. So yeah, OnlyFans, that's what it was. And
which is why,
of course,
the thing I don't understand about that is, like, they pretty much all had boyfriends besides Kaylee, or right. Kaylee's allegedly wanted to get back with Jack from what what's said out there, but hey.
Right, exactly. But then somewhere along the line on a YouTuber, and I, because I follow a few that I feel that are credible, like you're one. I feel that I like listening to hear your different ideas and views and takes from your callers. And so there was one that had said that the girls, two of the girls, they didn't say which, were into the dating apps and would do stripping for money. Now, I don't know how true that was. I don't know how true that is, but
stripping for money? I just want to make sure I heard you right. Okay.
Yeah. And they would take it through the money through a Cash App and then do it online.
Damn. Who put that out?
So I want to say it was a while back. It was like when all this stuff, there was so much stuff coming out. Let me think. It's somebody that I think I stopped listening to. But
that's wild.
Yeah. He was kind of going on and on about a lot of that stuff that he was aware of. And I'm thinking, okay, a lot of this shit hasn't even come out yet. How do you know? But yet some of the stuff that he said has come out.
Stripping for money. That's the first time I've heard that.
Right. And so when I heard that they were collecting all this stuff and that on the redacted documents that just came out that were released, and they were checking all the Cash Apps and all their different ways of money, that went straight to my mind. I went, oh, I wonder if there's a connection there.
Somebody said, I think this speculation ruins the case. I think it doesn't. It doesn't have nothing to do with what goes on in that courtroom.
No.
Speculation don't have nothing to do with that.
No, we can speculate all we want. It's the facts. The facts of the case, proven facts are what happens in the case.
I can speculate till I'm blue in the face. If there's DNA evidence, nothing I say matters in general, period, already. But
exactly.
It's not like our words are being brought into a courtroom. I can tell you that much right now, but
and this is just chat. I mean, nothing I'm saying is solid or in gold. It's just things that I have been watching this case from the get-go, from the very start, and what I've heard along the way. And that's all I'm sharing with you. And it's just, because it makes you think, are there really, not maybe a cartel, but heavy-duty drug hitters out there, that are running the school, paying the schools, or it just makes my mind go a little crazy because I've seen a lot of stuff in my day. And so and you hear things happening in the colleges all the time. I mean, I'm not even going to go there. But anyway, it's just, there's just so much and we don't know. The only thing that speculation does do it, it's going to be hard to find a unbiased jury, I think.
Yeah, especially. I mean, who hasn't heard about this case?
Right. In that case, yeah, speculation is going to be hard to find a jury. And then, you know, what's going to nail him is, and we haven't heard that they have anything concrete yet either.
See, but the thing is, it's not even the speculation; it's the nationwide coverage.
Right.
Does it matter? Like me being live right now, like that don't mean shit. You know how many people are talking about this case around the world? Like,
oh, I know.
I mean, it is rampant. I mean, go look at. I bet you there's probably 250 TikToks at the minimum dropped a day on this case.
Easy. And so, I mean, it's going to be hard to find a fair jury unless they do have enough stuff and he pleads one way or another, or just says he wants the judge to make a decision. Because I think he has that option, doesn't he?
To do what? Make what?
To not have a jury and just have a judge.
I don't want to make the wrong. I'm not going to even assume.
Yeah.
I don't want to go out there because I don't know that. But
Yeah.
The judge versus a jury, I think he has a better chance with a jury. I don't know.
I don't know. It like I said, because this case is there's so many unknowns, and it's like you said, global. Everybody knows about it. It's going to be hard to find somebody that hasn't heard about it and can make an unbiased decision.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, that's just all I'm saying is just my opinion. That's all. So I didn't know. And like I said, when this first happened, the first couple of months, I could have said, thank God they got that MF, you know, he deserved this, that, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thanking God and praying for the families and the people. And I don't pray for his family because my gosh, you know, but it just, I don't know, it's just pretty wild. And, you know, I have seen these crazy movies. And like I said, I watch a lot of true crime, not only on here, but on TV. And a lot of stories, and I've seen a lot of shit happen throughout my life, and how things get changed and overturned and all that kind of stuff. It's just crazy. So I didn't know. I just wanted to call in, I guess, and talk, and just kind of. I wasn't even going to give you my other point of view. I was just going to say how, you know, having something tangible to look at is really important to really get the feel of what's going on, how it happened, where somebody stood, where the bodies were. That is really, to me, a very important thing for the jury to do. But since I got going, I just went to the other side and went full circle on what my thoughts were.
Well, I appreciate you having a voice in the community and calling up and just sharing everything that you speculate on, think about, the shit that crosses your mind. Because, I mean, you got to have an open mind because you're going to hear so much shit. But that's where I'm like, damn, okay, you know, I see where people, you know, there's people that are on, like, talking about this case 24/7, digging up things, looking up police, looking up players, family members, this, you know what I mean? That, like, and what I mean by players is possible players into the case. I see all types of shit. But I know what I still believe firmly, and that's not me knocking the people that are saying, oh, well, this and this looks this way and that looks this way. And I'm not even going to bring up certain situations because I don't want to offend anybody, because that's not what I'm here to do. I like to listen to everybody and have an open mind, but I truly do believe they have the right guy. And I could be wrong. I could be absolutely wrong. And if I was wrong, I don't up to it. But I really do believe they have the right guy, but I do believe, and I also do believe that there is some funky shit going on, but I don't know where. I don't know. I see a red flag and something is weird. It's all.
Something is absolutely, something is not right. Something is not freaking right. He may be the right guy, but there's more involvement somewhere to this.
Yeah.
That's you know, that's for sure. And as far as his attorney, Ann Taylor, because she is I guess, like one of the head attorneys in that town, her name's on everything. Doesn't mean she handles all the cases, but her name is on everything. And I think even Xana Kernodle's mother came out and said, she redacted her statement about signing everything over to, this was just recently on either Nancy Grace or News Station. She redacted her statement as far as saying that, you know, she signed everything over.
A lot of people hate on Nancy.
I don't.
A lot of people hate Nancy Grace. Nancy Grace is, I've always loved Nancy Grace.
Yeah, I don't hate her. I mean, she's just out there doing what, she's out there just on a platform like a lot of us, you know, like, she's doing her job. She's doing what she likes to do. She's doing her job, and I know a lot of people don't like her, but I still listen to her. I listen to her opinions and her thoughts. I mean, I like her. And then there's the other.
A lot of people don't like the feisty in her.
Yeah, well, I do. See, I like feisty people. I like badass bitches. Sorry. But it's true. I like people that stand up and stick up and speak your mind type of people, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I won't take up any more of your time. It just I just wanted to share my thoughts and opinions with you. And like I said, chat, don't take it any one way or another. It's just keep an open mind during the whole case. And yes, I do feel he's guilty, but I'm going to need a little more now. I want to see that evidence.
Well, we'll see. We got some months here. What?
April, May, June, 2 months.
June.
April,
In June, I really do think now. I possibly think we will get some more information on stuff. You know, facts surrounding the case. June, right after everything is, you know, when they schedule for. I do think stuff is going to start coming out June. Some stuff, anyways. Right. You know, some facts surrounding the case because they're going to want to quiet people down.
Yes. And I think that's why they even let some of this stuff come out, is because too many people were like, what's going on? And so I think that's why they just released some of this information, but redacted a whole lot of stuff that even made us more curious. But still, that was something, right, to give us to talk about. Mm-hmm. But now I want to know why we haven't gotten anything from the coroners. Because that's usually like the first, you know, one of the first things you see. And it's not that I'm gruesome and I don't need all the freaking details, but, you know, they really haven't put out the whole thing. And maybe it's the families don't want them to. I don't know. But it's never stopped anybody in the past.
No way they have the right guy. Not saying he won't be convicted, though.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody said that in chat. I'd love to hear you call and tell me why you don't think. I love hearing why people don't think Brian's the right guy. Because a lot of people don't. There's people in my Discord that don't think Brian's the right guy.
Well, you know, like I said, I can understand why. Only because as you go on and you listen to this case, you start and you listen to several different people's thoughts, opinions, whatever about it, and some things that make sense. He would be the perfect person to pick on because, I mean, he was picked on from when he was young. Mm-hmm. And then he had issues with them when he was in school. And, you know, there's backstories to his involvement with the police and whatnot before he did any of this. So who knows if he offended somebody or something? I don't know. So that's just, that's why, I can see where they're coming from. But so I'm like I said, part of me believes that he did it, but I need some proof now. I need some proof because there's just too many other things.
Well, hopefully we get that proof in June. Or I mean, even if they do drop stuff, it's still going to be a shit ton of speculation. Even after the trial, there's still going to be tons of stuff talked about.
Yeah,
you know, it is because it's got so much attention that it's captured the attention of acquiring minds. I'll leave it at that.
Exactly. I mean, you know, that's well, like I said, I've been sleuthing for years before sleuth became a thing.
Have you ever seen Web of Death?
Rubber Duck?
No, Web of Death. Like Web of Death is a show about sleuths that solved murder cases.
I think it's on IDTV. Yeah.
It's on Hulu.
Okay, I haven't seen it then on Hulu. But I will. I'll go see it.
The first case they talk about is what was the guy's name? Something Abraham. And it was like a big thing. The Abraham he won the lottery in Florida and was so this chick like had him on video, was like, hey, and he was saying he was moving to a different country or something, and she ended up killing him.
Right. She killed him. Yeah, I remember that.
I forget his first name. Something Abrahams though, but it's definitely worth checking out because a lot of they show all the cases that sleuths have solved and found out or got down to the bottom of it.
Right. Okay. I will definitely check that out. But I do remember that case now that you mentioned it. Yeah, I do remember her because they thought he was just out having a good time and he was dead. He was out having a good time.
Yeah, no doubt. He did help some people though. So I mean, he did some good things and then found that. But I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. I appreciate you having a voice in the community. Lock your windows, your doors, your car door, and tie your
hey, you know what? And I got a gun too, a few of them. So hey, and dogs, big dogs.
Yes, man. God bless you.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in.
Thank you for taking my call. Have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Shout out to her. You want to call in 219-885-9692? You hit it up. All right, what's on your mind? You live. 289, what's on your mind? You're live. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's
Yes,
Delta
ma'am.
Mama.
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you now too.
How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. Now, about this house being torn down,
Mm-hmm.
the Parkland School was preserved for those jurors to go through it years later. They never cleaned it. They never did anything.
Okay.
So I don't understand what the deal is with having to tear this house down.
Right.
It just seems really fishy to me.
It is super fishy. That's why I said it's red flag. Like, why? I don't know. I feel like the jurors would need to go through this house in general.
That's right. They need to know the timing, the steps from room to room, from Dylan's room to Zaina's room, and see if they think she could hear anything. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, 100%.
Like, none of this makes sense to tear this house down.
That's what I'm saying. I seen the video from Vinny earlier on Court TV. I'm like, what? They're gonna tear it down after they clean the house up? I'm like, what the?
They shouldn't be touching anything in there. I've been following true crime since OJ, Susan Smith, the whole bit. And it's like, what are you doing? You know?
Absolutely.
Casey Anthony. You don't touch anything. They've had all kinds of people in there. They're taking things out. You don't take things out of the house. You leave it.
It baffles me.
Yeah. And I sent you a couple things on Twitter about how they're hiring more backup for death penalty lawyers for Brian Kohberger. They know he's done. They got him, and that's why they're doing this. Why they keep hiring all these death penalty lawyers when they supposedly have Anne? I don't know. I just don't understand. It seems like there's a major cover up here. And then a while ago, I tried to, I'm old. What do you call it? Snapchat? No.
Oh.
Screenshot. I had to ask my daughter. that the landlord and these TikTok dancers all know each other. So there's something going on there too.
Yeah, that's all you do. My bad. I'll hold up 1 second. My girl's called. She at the store.
Oh, no problem.
You gotta just make sure it's it should be linked right there. Where are you going? They should have Apple Pay. Oh damn. So what are you gonna do? Okay. I don't know how that works though. I don't. I never did that. Love you too. Baby. Sorry about that. I'm back though. Sorry about that.
Oh, no problem. Hey, Mrs. T-REV comes first.
Yeah, no, I had to see what she was saying. She was blowing me up back to back to back to back. I was like, that's got to be important.
Not a problem.
No, but
Her and your pup are family. That's first, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, that's my 2 cents, and I'm like, this is just.
I didn't catch the end of what you said though. So what were you saying at the end there?
I don't know.
She said, I don't know. At least you're being honest.
I'm old. I don't remember.
Yeah,
No,
but tearing this damn house down is an issue for me. That's a red flag for me. That's what
right.
I seen it and was just like, I can't believe they're even talking about it or putting it out there. Like, they were gonna tear it down. Well, are you gonna clean it and tear it down? Like, what's the point of that shit?
Yeah. It makes no sense. What are they covering up? I believe your caller the other day, there's major corruption happening here. And if you think back, when in the very beginning, and Fry was out there doing little bits here and there of the social media platforms, he always smiled, grinned. Like, how do you do that when 4 young kids were murdered? Who would have a smile on their face?
And you mean Chief Fry, right?
Chief Fry.
Yeah.
Right.
I noticed that from the beginning, and I've always said that on every panel I ran, every stream I was on. I was like, man, I don't know.
He had a grin. Who does that?
Yeah, he had a shit-eating grin for sure.
Yes. And he also pointed out in one of his media thingies there, he said, oh, well, I have to have counselors for my officers and detectives and their families because they need to go home and vent. They have to tell their family what they went through today.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me? This is a huge case. What we can't know, but they're telling the family? And then leaks started happening. Well, of course leaks are happening. The families are putting it out there. It was the media press conference when he said, oh, I have a daughter. We all have kids. And he said, I have to have counselors for my detectives and their families. So these cops are all going home telling everything that's happening.
I don't get it.
Exactly.
I really don't get it. I'm sure there'll be a petition out. People are already talking about it. They mentioned it in here. I bet you there'll be one. Let's see. Idaho. I'm gonna Google it right now. Idaho 4 house being demolished. I want to see what people are saying. There's probably already a Reddit. Probably already got this shit on Reddit talking. Yep, they do. They got a whole conversation going on right now.
And that night that this happened, the smell would be so intense. Those girls wouldn't be able to be in that house for an hour, let alone 8 hours. all the bodily fluids leaving their bodies. Everything would let loose.
Right.
There's no way they stayed in those rooms for 8 hours. There's more to this than meets the eye.
I want to know if Dylan in general that night was wasted, like drunk out of, you know how college students, they go out on weekends, drink. A lot of people drink.
Right.
Did because in general you got to try to put yourself in her shoes and say, okay, a lot of people came over, a lot of people were at the house all the time. Was it just somebody walking through and out? If she, they say in the PCA, they're really careful with their words. If you notice, if you look, if you read it and you read it over and over again, they're very careful with the way that they put things out there.
Right. Well, I know that I was 8 years old. My family was in a traumatic situation. And since then, my reaction, I'm on guard. I fight back. That's just me.
Mm-hmm.
But there's something with Dylan and her family because her father has posted, anyone who tries to keep my kids from me, they're going to have to deal with me, blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there's something there, too. And that makes you go into a defensive mode, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's how I am. I was in 2 abusive marriages. I fought back. If they hit me, I made sure I scratched their face good. I had skin under my nails and they had marks on their face. Because I will make sure they go down if I go down. Right now I'm going through a situation with my daughter. She's being harassed at work, stalked, and her management team said, okay, we're going to take care of it. I said, okay, but I'm going to take care of it too, in my way, because I will die before anything happens to my family. And I live in Canada. You're not allowed to protect yourself here.
What? You can't protect yourself?
Yeah, you're not
Somebody's
allowed.
trying to kill you?
But no, not me. No.
In general,
no,
though,
no.
I'm saying if somebody tries to kill you, you can't protect yourself?
Oh, you're not allowed here. No, a person in Hamilton, Ontario, they had a home invasion, and they went after his elderly mother, and he killed the guy. Now that man is charged with murder. See, the thing is, I'm Canadian, but I was raised in New York State.
Okay.
So the way I see it, I'm protecting my ass and my family's ass. Nobody's going to come to us without me doing something back to them. Yeah. But you're right, Jolene. In New York, you can't. But when I was raised there in the 70s and early 80s, you could protect yourself in New York State.
Well, I'm glad where I'm at, you can protect yourself. You can kill it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah,
force.
you're very lucky.
I've had some weird threats made over the internet the last couple months, and
I know, you told me.
I had to report it to the police because if I got to shoot and kill somebody, I want that shit documented. That I felt some way before. I want them to know what I was feeling beforehand. Something's up. Something's weird. Someone's being weird. They're talking. They're just doing too much. So I just look. I need to file a police report and just let them know how I'm feeling. Like shit's weird when somebody obsesses over you all day long.
Yeah.
That shit is weird. When you are everywhere talking about me and hitting up people and talking to family members. Yeah.
That's right. And the way people are today, they're all what the hell is happening out here?
Exactly.
You know, everybody is off their rockers anymore. And Sarah M., my heart's with you. She just said in the chat, I lived right around the corner from that house in Hamilton, Ontario.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Where's that at? Must be farther down.
Yeah, Sarah M. And, like, we're not allowed to protect ourselves if someone comes in our home. And
That
I'll be
blows my
damned.
fucking mind that somebody could just walk in your home and take
damned.
whatever they want and you can't do shit to them.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. That'll be the day. Never going to happen in my home. You come in to take me out, I'm taking you out first.
That's absolutely insane. Now, is that all the way across Canada, period, in general?
All across Canada. You know what? The whole thing is, you guys are, like, I'm sorry I ever came back to Canada, first of all. But you guys are so lucky. You do have red states, purple states. You have somewhere to go in hopes of protection, right? In Canada, all these people are so whacked out. It's like they're all brainwashed, brain dead. You decide what you think they are. But God bless America, okay? You still have a chance. Canada's gone. And I would give anything to go back to the United States, but take all my children and grandchildren with me. And I can't do it. I lost all my rights when I married an abusive husband. So I can't go back right now. I'm stuck here. And I'm on disability. And the Prime Minister of Canada wants to euthanize everyone who's not worthy in his eyes. So, like, it's hell here. So, just be thankful you're in the United States, everybody. And pray for us in Canada. That's all I can say. But yeah, so anyways, I don't think they should tear down the house. That's where I went with this.
For sure.
In the very beginning, I'm sorry. My daughter's dying laughing over here.
No, it's all right.
She said hi, T-REV.
Hey, what's going on?
Okay, you have a great night. God bless you and Mrs. T-REV.
Well, God bless you, man. I appreciate you calling in, being having a voice in the community. Lock your doors, and yeah, I can't even tell you. Damn, you can't even protect yourself. That's crazy.
Yes, Brooke, euthanize like animals. That's what they want.
They're
If a veteran goes and asks I need a ramp to my home to get my wheelchair up, oh, well, maybe you should think about being euthanized. That's their deal in Canada. To our veterans is what they're doing. To the disabled, if you cannot work, you can't contribute to Canada. Contribute, I'm sorry. But it's so bad. People need to research. MAID, MAD. It's really bad.
That's wild. I bet you a dozen of people went and Googled that shit as soon as you said it.
I hope they did. MAID, MAID. It's Trudeau's thing.
No, I mean in general, just the fact you can't protect yourself in Canada, that's just crazy.
Trudeau is taking away hunting rifles now. Be thankful for the forefathers you had, because you know what? We don't have a constitution in Canada that holds up.
That's got to change at some point.
I don't think so. Not for a long time. Not in my lifetime, anyways. I don't see it.
Barbara.
Yeah, and this free healthcare stuff, that's socialism, man. they're saying, oh, we wait 10 hours in an emergency room. I was doing that 20 years ago with my kids. That's nothing new. And they all say, oh, but it's free. It's free. No, it's not free. The taxpayers are paying that.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
A lot of people like that, huh?
I love that.
A lot of people like the oh my God, but nah, seriously, that shit's crazy. That's what I think about everything you told me about not being able to protect yourself in Canada.
You have to research what's going on in Canada. You'll be so thankful you live where you do. Yeah. So God bless. I love you, T-REV. I'm so happy to be a mod for you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
You take care. I'll be in touch in Twitter.
Mouthy Mama.
Yes.
I love you too, Mouthy Mama. You always, I'm always in touch with you on Twitter though. You tag me in a lot of great stuff, great stuff that piques my interest. So
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
too.
Thank you.
Melty T-Rex.
I know, right? I was thinking I need to change my name to
That's right, you do.
Mouthy T-Rex 757.
Yeah. We all need to change to Melty and our name.
Well, thank you, Mouthy Mama, for calling in. God bless you. Lock your damn doors and beat somebody over the head if they break in. Fuck it.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
We'll put a petition out for you.
Nobody's taking us out. I'll take them out first.
Damn right.
Somebody's going down with me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank
care,
you for
buddy.
calling in. God bless you.
All right. Talk to you soon.
Lock it up.
Bye.
Shout out to Mouthy Mama, man. She's wonderful. 219-885-9693. Man, call up. What's up? I can't. Not doing it. 720. What's going on? You're live.
How you doing, T-REV?
What's going on, my man?
What's up? You ready to talk?
Let's get it, man.
Okay, first, some people may be familiar with me. My name is Subconscious Mouth. I have a YouTube channel talking about a lot of the information that's been put out in relation to this case. Because for the most part, you're going to get what you get on the news, and naturally the news and the law enforcement get the benefit of the doubt, and sometimes people forget to actually examine the information that law enforcement and the news puts out. I think that no matter the source, everybody are just human beings, and nobody has a monopoly on what truth is. So whoever puts something out, no matter how credible the source seems, the information still needs to be examined. And I definitely think that through all the stuff that I've been examining and breaking down on my channel, the number one suspect thus far, from the information that we have thus far, I know more information may come out, but the number one suspect thus far should be law enforcement. And this is why I say that.
I'm listening. You got you break it down for everybody.
Okay, cool. For example, right on the very last video I made is called The Other Idaho 4. I talk about that on my channel, right? First things first. If anybody is at the scene of the crime, even if you didn't do it, if you arrived at your house, T-REV, and somebody was dead, you call 911, even though you had nothing to do with it, you are going to be a suspect until further notice. What's going to clear you up is when you start giving your story. And then they say, okay, we know T-REV wasn't here. He just arrived and the body was found, this and that, doesn't so. Now, when this affidavit came out and Dylan gave that story that was so ridiculously unbelievable, knowing that she was at the scene of the crime, law enforcement heard that story and say within a matter of days, okay, we believe that she has absolutely nothing to do with this crime. After hearing that story, they believe that whether her story is true or false, it is one thing, right? My question is, how do trained law enforcement hear that story from somebody who was at the scene of the crime and come to the conclusion that she automatically didn't have anything to do with it? The story to me, that story benefits law enforcement more than it benefits Dylan. If you're in Dylan's shoes and you're trying to get away with a crime, why would you tell the police that this dude just killed 4 people, walked directly past you, didn't do you anything? If you had something to do with it, I think you would want to come up with a better story than that. That's why a lot of people are looking at Dylan like, well, come on, get out of here. You expect people to really believe that? And the people who actually believe Dylan's story, they have to fill in holes for her because the story really don't even make sense to them. That's why, oh, she was frozen in fear. Maybe that's why she didn't call the police. Maybe that's why she didn't call the police. The reason why they have to do all that is because it really doesn't make sense, so you have to try to make sense of it. So how could law enforcement hear that story, trained law enforcement hear that story, and within a matter of days say, oh, okay, we don't believe she had anything to do with it? That's what put me on law enforcement's radar. That was fishy within itself, amongst other things. Like I say in the video that I made called The Other Idaho 4, I talk about the other 4 people in relation to this crime. You had the 4 victims, but you had the 4 people who police themselves say was on the scene of the crime. They say Dylan, Bethany, that DoorDash driver, because they placed the DoorDash driver there at the scene of the crime when these crimes took place, and they're saying Brian Kohlberger was there. The one person who got arrested out of the other Idaho 4 is the one you have least proof was at the scene of the crime. The other 3, we know police for a fact, police knew that they were there. Now let's talk about Kohlberger, right?
Yeah, break it down. Let's hear it.
Okay, cool.
I like Keith was saying. I like a story with legs, man.
Yeah, me too. I like a story. Come on, let's do it. Okay. The reasons why people feel like Brian Kohlberger are guilty, let's break that down. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's talk about the cell phone ping. Police debunked their own evidence when they say that it pinged that he was in the area, and then they can prove that he actually was in Washington at the time. So that will make all the cell phone ping stuff uncredible right there. They debunked their own evidence with the cell phone pings. As far as the white Honda Elantra, it wasn't the correct year. The whole time they say they was looking for 2011 through 2013. Affidavit comes out, they say they found out all along that it could have been a 2011 through 2016. Never told this to the public, right? If you found out, okay, it can possibly be another year, why wouldn't you inform the public of that if that's how you felt, instead of having the public looking for the wrong information? Another thing, how come, see, they had if you go by what the affidavit say, they had a description of the suspect from day one. Because they say Dylan supposedly told them, and I say supposedly because I don't really know if that's Dylan's words or not. They say that Dylan told them this guy was about 5'10" to 6 feet. He wasn't like overly muscular, had like a somewhat athletic build. She was close enough to see his eyebrows. They had a real description of this guy, and for weeks say they had nobody who it could be. Now, people will probably say they didn't want to run him off, so that's why they didn't give the description of the suspect. But if that was the case, why would they then give the description of the vehicle, right? If you was worried about running somebody off, you wouldn't give a description of the vehicle neither, because if you put people on game as to what vehicle he could have been driving, you could have ran him off. So I don't believe that that's why they didn't give a description of the suspect. If they really had that description from day one and didn't really describe him, why wouldn't you put up a composite sketch? Or why wouldn't you give a description of a guy, even if you just want to make him a person of interest?
Right.
Another thing, and this is the main thing because this is the one that's really on everybody's radar, have everybody very convinced. The knife sheath, the DNA, the one strand of DNA that was found, that was supposedly found on belt, on the buckle, on the button of the knife sheath. I got 2 videos that are called the Mystery Behind the Knife Sheath, Part 1 and Part 2. People should really go give those a look. Subconscious Mouth, that's the name of the channel.
Well, check. I already subscribe. I just subscribe while I'm on the phone with you.
Appreciate it.
I'm gonna drop by and check them out. You said what were they called?
The mystery behind the knife sheath.
Okay. You said there's 1 and 2, right?
Part 1 and part 2.
I'm gonna check them out. Keep going though. I'm interested.
Okay, this is what I talked about in that video, right? There are 3 people in the affidavit and in the unsealed search warrant who are talking about the knife sheath. 2 out of the 3 people never even saw it. One person is saying they heard later on that there was a knife sheath. The other person is saying the knife sheath was either on the side of Maddie or underneath Maddie, which if he's saying it's on the side or underneath, it makes you wonder, okay, was he even there to see the knife sheath himself? Because if you were there to see the knife sheath, you would know if it was underneath or on the side of Maddie. The person who said it was underneath or on the side of Maddie was the same guy who told the other guy that he saw a knife sheath. So these seem to be 2 people who didn't see a knife sheath at all, but heard it by word of mouth. Now there's another person named Corporal Brett Payne. He's the only one who maybe saw the knife sheath. And I say maybe because of this. He didn't clearly come out and say he saw a knife sheath. He said he saw something that appeared to be a knife sheath. Now, if he knows what a knife sheath looked like, and he saw a knife sheath, he can then say that's a knife sheath. But the very fact that you have to say you saw something that appeared to be a knife sheath brings in a level of doubt. Because you're saying you appear to see what is a knife sheath. That means maybe it's a knife sheath, maybe it's not. And this is the ironic thing about Brett Payne. Brett Payne and the guy who was told later on that there was a knife sheath, they arrived at the scene of the crime together. They talk about it in the affidavit in the unsealed search warrant. They say they went upstairs together. They say that they entered the room where the knife sheath was together. In both of their testimonies in the affidavit in the unsealed search warrant, they both say that you were able to see the knife sheath. But one of them is saying, it isn't he saying he ever saw it. He's saying later on somebody told him about it. And Brett Payne said initially he didn't even see the knife sheath. He said later on he saw something that appeared to be a knife sheath. If y'all both arrived there together and you say that you can see it from the door, before you even get into the room you can see it. You can see it from the door. How come none of you never saw it initially? And then one of you heard about it later on. And then one of you saw something that appeared to be a knife sheath later on. So there's not really one person in the affidavit or the unsealed search warrant who is clearly saying, I saw the knife sheath. Like, where's the guy who is going to say, hey, me, I'm the one who saw the knife sheath. I collected it. I handed it. Where's that guy? Because he's not in the affidavit. He's not in the unsealed search warrant. All I'm saying is the evidence that they have against Brian Kohlberger thus far, you can poke holes in it thus far. I don't know what's going to come out later on, but it seems like a lot of people just taking law enforcement word and just running with it. But everything needs to be sized up and scrutinized. It still needs to make sense.
My man was breaking it down. He said, so you think the police are the biggest suspects out of them all?
Thus far, what we have thus far, I think that the police need to be number one. Like I said, the fact that they just believed that story out the gate and thought none of it. Come on. I mean, I'm sure to you and to everybody else, that story, if T-REV, somebody goes into your house and you're suspicious of something they might have done, and they give you that story. Like, you're not law enforcement, but you're gonna be, your intenders are going to be raised. They're going to, I don't know if this is true or not. You tell me this guy walked right past you after killing 4 people, allowed you to stay alive. I mean, there is so many things going on with it. And I talk about, I don't want to just go on a huge rant, but I can't break down every single video on my channel on this phone call, but there's a lot of questions. I mean, even the next morning, right? Dylan woke up, said that she tried to get in contact with somebody that was on the second floor. And and figured that that person was unconscious, so she called friends over. My question is, okay, if you didn't call the police, you say you saw a guy in the house to the point where you was frozen in fear, supposedly, because I don't even know if that's dealing words in that affidavit or that's something, because that affidavit benefits the police more than it benefits Dylan, in my opinion, thus far.
The only thing the only thing that can break what you're talking about up. So say it was like under, say people were running with that. I'd like to see that body cam footage. Is there body cam footage? Was it working at the time when they went up in that bit? You know what I mean?
Okay, you said, yeah, when they first entered the scene of the crime.
Damn right.
No, they do have body cam footage. You know why? This is why I know they have body cam footage, because Brett Payne, the guy I was telling you about who appeared to see a sheep, and the other guy who was with him, they arrived at 4:00, right? They say they know that Murphy, the dog, was in the other room because they reviewed body cam footage from the officer who initially arrived on the scene. See, they arrived hours later. When they got there, Murphy was no longer in the room, but they both give their testimonies in the affidavit and in the unsealed search warrant that they know Murphy was in one of these rooms because of the body cam footage that they saw. So they do have body cam footage. Now, what's going to come of it, remains to be seen.
Right.
Yeah.
No doubt. Did you hear that phone call from the woman that called me?
Which one?
The one that recently I just posted it. She's talking major corruption and she was talking major corruption and from Pullman to Moscow. She was going in on some deep shit, man. And she's her 3 kids go to WSU, and she was breaking down a lot of things about how they're talking a lot about how the police are deep into things. So it's just crazy you call up and you said the number one suspect, police, because if you go and listen to that phone call, you'll see what I'm talking about. And this is a local woman. She's one of her friends is a professor at WSU. Not only that, her children go to WSU, and then one of her, and I won't give out her kid's name because I promised I wouldn't do that, and I'm not, and I'm gonna stick to my word on that. But she sent me photos that she said, T-REV, you will not find these photos on the internet nowhere. I promise you. And I damn sure ran them through. The Google reverse image search. Nah, these photos aren't on the internet, and I've never seen them in my life. And she said her son took them, and it was I'll just give one hint on one of the photos that she and the shit that she was breaking down to me. Her son was like at some briefing about Brent Kopeck. She had told me that his antennas were up, and there was just a lot of weird shit going on. And her son is somebody of importance in the town of Pullman. So it's some weird shit. I'm telling you, you have to go listen to the call. I had to cut a lot of it out because the whole call with me and her was 1 hour and 18 minutes, but I had to cut it out because she was dropping so many different bombs. And if it is true, she'd be in some danger. You know what I'm saying? So I had to cut out certain parts because it's crazy. You have to go listen to it. It's wild. Like the shit that she told me that I had to cut out I was just like, damn.
Oh wow, dang, that's great. That is crazy, man. But
and she's speaking corruption within police officers.
Okay. I mean, because we know. I mean, you are aware that Ann Taylor, Brian Kohlberger's lawyer, already got a guy off for a murder charge because of police corruption. She proved that police was lying. Were you aware of that?
She brought up stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's why I said you gotta go listen to it.
Yeah.
When you get a chance, listen to it. It's my last upload on my channel. I put it up there, but she dropped all different types of bombs. I still have to go back and listen to the unedited shit and take in the stuff that she told me, because I was like, damn. And then the pictures that she sent me, because she sent me like 8 pictures. You won't find these nowhere else, was her exact words. And damn sure they're not on the internet. The pictures she had.
Dang, that's some wild stuff right there, man.
So it just kind of gave me the authenticity of her being in that town. 1, 2, she lived literally. She could walk to where Brian lived at.
Yeah.
So I mean, she's very familiar with the town. She said she's originally from Vancouver, Washington, but man, the shit that she was dropping, like her friend that's a professor there, and then her kids that go there, it's wild, man. Everything that I hear is wild, and I wonder because a lot of the locals scream corruption from Moscow to WSU, and it's like, is there something going on there? Is there something going on? I'm hearing it too much.
That's a real question.
I'm hearing it too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. It's I mean that's kind of what I say. I say thus far, as far as the information that the public knows thus far, with me feeling as though the number one people should be looking at is law enforcement. I think right now people should focus on what would law enforcement want to cover up. And I got three different things, right? One thing people are talking about in relation to something that law enforcement will want to cover up. If this has something to do with drugs, because, you know, it happened with college students right there on Greek Road, right next to the college campus. Half of the city's population is the college students. So if this college take a black eye because of some drug scandal that's going on or something of that nature, it can really impact the city's economy. If people start pulling out of school or don't want to send their kids to the school, that would be something that law enforcement will have incentive to want to cover up, you know, because it can make the whole town crumble to a certain extent. Another thing that we know it's no secret that Dylan and Bethany were there, according to law enforcement, when these crimes took place. If they have some type of incentive to cover up for Dylan or Bethany, you know, some people throw out the sorority issue. If this thing was linked to a sorority, and that can make the college campus look bad. And if, like I just explained, it's half of the town's population, the city can take a black eye if it has something to do with that. Or if Dylan or Bethany, if they just have relations to people who are, you know, in powerful places. And, you know, police will have incentive to cover up something if that was the case. The other thing, and I got 4 different videos thus far on my channel about this. It's very uncommon, but it's super duper real. I'm about to say what I'm about to say. Listen, I know this is going to sound like some way out scary movie type stuff. Before you jump to any conclusions, go to my channel and look at some videos I got about this, because I'm not just talking, I'm proving it. Whether this has something to do with 1122 King Road or not remains to be seen. I think it's a possibility. But this needs to be on people's radar because it's real and it's really happening. Go to my channel and watch a video called Truecrime Moscow, Deeper Than We Realize. Okay. That's the first video I put out about this stuff, and I got a couple other videos with it. People need to have on their radar this being some potential cultic, ritualistic, satanic type of stuff that it could have possibly went on. And the reason why I'm saying that, the reason why that even entered my radar is because that would be something else police would have incentive to want to cover up. Because first of all, you wouldn't want your town to be concerned about some cult, some satanic ritualistic slayings, that can spook an entire town. Now, that would definitely make people want to leave the college and not ever come back. But on top of that, and I show proof, when you really get into this satanic, cultic, ritualistic stuff on the organized level, law enforcement are involved. Big-time lawyers are involved. Therapists are involved. I got a video on my channel that they got this guy right now in Utah County. He's a Utah County attorney. In 2022, he came out to try to clear his name of being involved in satanic ritual abuse, right? In 2022, he said that, oh man, this is a rumor. This is not true. His neighbor and one of his good friends is already accused of this stuff, right? He said it's false. But a video surfaced of this same Utah County attorney, his name David Levitt, a video surfaced of him in 2020 being interviewed by Homeland Security, and Homeland Security was interviewing him because he was suspected of human trafficking. He said in that 2020 video that his friend was guilty of this, cutting out deer's hearts, drinking the blood, this ritualistic stuff is true. He admitted that it was true to Homeland Security, but 2 years later came out and said, all of that stuff is nonsense. His friend is a therapist. Like I say, he is Utah County attorney. These are some people who are in high places who are accused of these things. And even he said his own friend, a therapist, is guilty of it. It's much more deeper than that. I got another video on my channel. The name of that video is called Truecrime Moscow. The Bighorn Murders / Moscow Murders. Organized. I'm asking that question. There's a documentary called The Bighorn Murders talking about indigenous missing women in Bighorn County in Montana. I break that down. I talk about how ridiculously weird this is. That same guy, David Levitt, he was being investigated because he was in that same county in Montana in 2017 trying to adopt a Native American infant, but Native Americans don't allow people who are not Native Americans to adopt their own. So this is stuff that he's admitting, and I'll show the video. He's on video saying that he bribed, when you really get down to it, he bribed one of the leaders of the reservation in order to get that Native American child. Now, this is somebody who's being investigated for human trafficking. This is somebody who's in the area where these women are mysteriously going missing, and that always get chalked up to hypothermia. This is somebody who is accused of satanic ritual abuse and admit that his friend and neighbor is involved in it. So this stuff is really going on for real, and it's still going on today. Back in the day, it was chalked up as satanic panic. Like I say, I talk about it in that video, and 4 different videos on my channel. I wouldn't do it justice if I tried to explain all of it here. Is a lot of information, but this is something that needs to be on people's radar. I talk about why the city of Moscow itself could be a hotbed for this type of activity. I break it down. I talk about some of the things that's been going on in Moscow. Other than this, all the other mass murders in Moscow that's been happening. Moscow is only a town of 25,000 people. Half of the population, like I said, is college students. So when you really get down to it, the core citizens are only 12,000 people. You got this mass murder. You got 2 other mass murders, all within the last 15 years. The child molestation rates are out of the roof. This is a place where this kind of stuff can happen. Satanic ritual, cultic type stuff. What about that guy 3 weeks before these crimes took place, 2 or 3 miles away from the crime took place on 1122 King Road? What about the guy who skinned that dog?
Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And look, did you know that before he skinned that dog, he cut a rabbit head open and cut the ears off and dropped it in front of those people's mailbox?
Yep, that too.
Okay. Now this is my thing, right? This is why I'm going with it. He dropped the rabbit off in front of their mailbox. Boom. I want to say a couple of days later, a week later, he was on their property at 2 a.m. The people just happened to let their dog out to go use the restroom. You know, dog got heightened sense of sensitivity for people, and the dog probably sent somebody over there, and the dog, ran over there. Next thing you know, he cut the dog up, filleted it, skinned it, or whatever, what have you. My thing is this. Was the dog really supposed to be the victim that night? I mean, how did he know they was going to let their dog out at 2 a.m? Do they even let their dog out at 2 a.m. on a regular basis? These are 70-something-year-old people. They probably usually sleep around that time. So unless he was stalking them and knew their dog schedule, he was probably there to get in that house. It just so happened they let the dog out. That happened in Moscow. These crimes happened in Moscow, of course, at 1122 King Road. The mass murders, I just ran off a couple things. They got a whole list of things in this small little town that keep happening. I can see if it was the size of New York City with 8 million people, it's only 12,000 people. Why is all this crazy stuff and these high molestation rates and everything happening in this little bitty town? So that's why I think that's something, the cultic ritualistic type stuff is something that needs to be on people's radar if law enforcement is involved in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, that's some wild. The town has some definitely. I think the town's got some secrets somewhere. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I think they got some secrets. I have no idea what the fuck is going on out there, but sounds like some Truckee Way, damn Kylie Rodney shit.
Yeah.
You know, like as far as the town, because they had some shit like that going on out there. I don't know if you know about the Kylie Rodney case, but that shit. See, you look at that shit, you might listen to a spell that makes you sick for a week. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard I heard of her, but I haven't looked into it. I'm seeing the comments. Andy, Libby, look, listen to what I'm saying, bro. You know, you talking about I'm hilarious. Know what you're talking about before you start commenting about stuff, bro. For real. Like I said, go look at the videos. I'm not just talking. I got proof of this stuff going on. So before, like I said, that's why I forewarned people. I knew what I'm saying sounds like
you gonna always
movie.
Hey, you gonna always get, you know, when you're on YouTube, you're always gonna get some type of hate or shit talk, or you know, this dude's whacked out of his mind, or you know, you're always gonna get that. Even I get that shit all the time. It's best to just ignore it and keep shining the light and moving forward and doing what the type of work you like to do and what makes you happy. And you know what I mean? That just, you know what I'm saying? Because people are always gonna have things to say about your opinions, or you know, down you for your opinions. And the best thing to do is to just keep moving and smiling, doing what you do. Never let nobody knock you off your stool. You know what I mean? Hold down your ground and do what you do. Now, you say you got proof of these things, and you say your channel is subconscious mouth, right? Or what is it?
Subconscious mouth.
Yeah, subconscious mouth is his channel. If y'all want to go check that out and check out his videos, his name is Subconscious Mouth on YouTube, and go check him out. I mean, if the man said he has proof, check it out.
Exactly.
I mean, check it out. You know, even if I don't agree with something, I'm not gonna sit here and bash him. He did nothing to me. He ain't saying nothing to me disrespectful. He's just telling his side and his research. I mean, I respect everybody's opinion, even if I don't agree with it. People deserve to be heard.
Yeah.
Especially if you're doing research like that and you're finding things that are able to be corroborated. You know what I'm saying? Like that's some shit. A lot of people say you're on it.
I know that and I do understand you have some people who wouldn't want some of this stuff to be true so bad that, you know, they'll be in denial about it. Because, you know, I'm talking about people who are big time lawyers and stuff like that. Freckles, the name of the channel is Subconscious Mouth. I see you ask Subconscious Mouth. That's the name of the channel.
I dropped the link in the chat.
Okay.
So if people want to go watch those videos and everything that you just broke down, then they got it. They got the link down there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But definitely check them out too, because I have an open mind with this case. I know what I believe on this case, but in general, I do have an open mind, and I hear people. I like to listen to what people have found, research wise. I've had people come back to me and say, "Hey, why doesn't Ethan have a death certificate?" Or why doesn't, you know, I've heard a lot of crazy shit, or especially about Payne and Fry, and just, I don't know. And then, like I said, you got the locals that been calling me. Like the woman that I had talked to, she been calling me before Brian was arrested, and was talking about, you know, corruption and going back and forth between Pullman and Moscow. So that, I thought that was interesting too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was very interesting.
Let me. I do want to give a disclaimer, right? I said that extra information about the potential ritualistic slayings and stuff like that, so it can be on people's radar. Like I said, I don't want the people to overreact, and I definitely don't want people to underreact. But that's something that's not even a thought in people's mind, and it's something that's very real and that's really going on. And if law enforcement does have something to do with this, as far as corruption or covering something up, at least have that on your radar. And as more information comes out, we can determine whether we scratch that off as an option or we need to even look deeper more into it and keep it on the radar. But I wanted to put it on people's radar. I wanted to put it on people's radar that law enforcement could be involved in general, because I think for the most part, it's not. But keep that in mind as a potential aspect to this, law enforcement, and let them prove that they're not. Because right now, with the stuff that they're presenting, like I said, you can poke a lot of holes in it, whether it's the pings, whether it's the wrong vehicle, never giving a description of the suspect that you supposedly say that you had from day one. The knife sheet, there's not a guy in the affidavit or the unsealed search warrant who clearly is coming out saying, I saw the knife sheet. So yeah, the stuff that they're saying, they're so convinced about Kohlberger. And I'm not saying, I'm not saying that Kohlberger is guilty or innocent. I'm saying, if you want to know, well, what are you saying, subconscious mouth? I'm saying from the information that we have thus far, I don't feel like the information is enough evidence to prove his guilt, because you can poke holes in pretty much majority of the stuff that they say makes him the guy. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know if he's guilty or innocent. I feel like law enforcement needs to be on people's radar until further notice. That's what I'm saying.
Shit, no, I definitely appreciate you calling up and you know, like I said, I respect people's opinions. I don't want people to agree with me or go and agree with a bunch of people. Need to do their own research and come to their own conclusion and own opinion on what they believe, rather than believe the media, me, you, anyone. You know what I mean? Well, that's why I have my lines open, because I hear all different types of shit. And I like hearing all different types of things, because some people don't get a chance to have a voice at all. They just listen to us up on these YouTube channels, and they don't have nowhere to go talk about what's on their mind. And that's why I open my lines. I appreciate you calling up and bringing those findings. I never even heard of you until you called up. So I subscribe to the channel, and I'm gonna check some of your videos out.
All right, yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, bro, no doubt. I'm gonna definitely go by there and check it out. It's interesting stuff that you're bringing up, like with the ritual, like, and it gives me flashbacks when you talk about that. You said people will think I'm crazy, but it gives me flashbacks to the Kylie Rodney case, because there was shit like that going on and with people surrounding that case also. So it's
oh really?
Yeah, so it just gives me flashbacks to that when you mention that. So I want to check out and see what you actually found on facts gathering to there being that type of shit. And I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying I want to go see that, because that just gives me vibes. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying. And I fully agree with what you said, right? Nobody should take my information, your information, the news, and nobody and just run with it. You know, it's fair for everything to be under that microscope and try to stand up to the test of truth. And if it's true, it should be able to stand up to the test of truth. Like you said, though, you're going to always have people who just want to believe it. If you don't believe the guy, David Levitt, that I brought up, he's saying it himself. He's caught in a lie himself on camera. He's on camera admitting he bribed these people. He is saying it. So if you don't believe, he said his own friend cut out a deer's heart and drunk the blood for ritualistic purpose. He said it. So if you don't believe, this is not subconscious mouth. I'm presenting the information, but he the one that said it. So if you still don't believe it after that, I don't know what to tell you. I ain't speaking about you specifically. I'm speaking in general.
Yeah, absolutely. I get your drift.
Let me, just so people, I just want to give the specific videos, because I have maybe close to 50 videos. I just want to list the 4 specific videos that I have talking about these things, just in case people want to, zero in on specifically those things in general. Let me see. Give me a quick second to try to pull it up right quick. Let me see. YouTube. Subconscious mouth. Okay. Okay. Hold on, it's loading up right quick. Okay. The very first video, if you just want a foundation of how this all got started in America in the first place, True Crime Moscow, deeper than we realize. I put that out so I can lay out a foundation, because when you're saying stuff that's this uncommon and this wild, people need a foundation to start from. So that's the first video, True Crime Moscow, deeper than we realize. The next video in which I talk about this stuff is called True Crime Moscow, Something Wrong in Moscow? I'm asking that question. The next video that I put out in relation to this stuff is the Bighorn situation mixed in with the Idaho situation. It's called True Crime Moscow, Murder in Bighorn / Moscow Murders Organized. I'm asking a question. And the fourth video I put out in relation to this is called True Crime Serial Killing, Unique Serial Killings. I'm asking that question because of the situation that took place in Bighorn. They are very, very super unique serial killings, because I told one YouTuber about one of these videos. They watched it and they was like, that's very interesting. And they were trying to figure out how would the roommates factor into this equation. And that's when I made that video called Unique Serial Killings, to let them know that just because you have some people who are left alive, who was on the scene of the crime with the people, how they can possibly still be involved in the situation. Now, I'm not saying that Dylan or Bethany is or isn't involved, but since that person posed that question, I don't want to make Dylan or Bethany guilty or innocent. I'm not saying that they're innocent. I don't know. They were there. I mean, there's questions that need to be asked and raised and proven in relation to them. But yeah, if you want to find out more about what I'm saying in relation to this stuff, those are the videos on my channel thus far that you might want to take a look at.
Absolutely. Well, I appreciate you calling up and breaking everything down for everyone, man. I appreciate. I shared your channel in the comments too. I see a lot of people saying they went and subbed. I appreciate you calling up and dropping that though. Appreciate that. I'm gonna swing by myself. So if you see, you'll probably see me comment on one of them and let you know what I think.
Yeah,
you'll probably see me comment on one because I'm gonna check them out when I get off.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Allowing me to speak.
Absolutely, brother. Anytime you think about anything or have something on your mind, a new finding or anything, you see me live, call me, man.
All right.
God bless you, brother. Keep grinding and ignore people that are, hating on you or anything like that. Just keep doing your work.
All righty. Then I'll catch up with you.
God bless you, brother.
All right.
Shout out to him, man. Ignore the haters. 219-885-9693. What's your thoughts? Salvatore, you should start a channel, says Kathy. Kathy Baker. What's going on, Kathy? One, what's going on? You live? Can you hear me?
Hello?
You live?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How you doing?
I'm good. My name is Cindy, and I'm retired law enforcement in Idaho. And I thought I'd call and maybe follow up on some of the things being said and what opinions I have, and just kind of go from there. But hello, nice to meet you.
So, where's your mind at with this?
Well, on this caller and many, the conspiracy and the cover-ups and stuff like that are kind of wild, but I get it. Everybody thinks that we're hiding stuff, and we do hide stuff and not tell everything, and that's on purpose. It's people don't understand it all the time until everything comes out in the wash, but we can't tell the public every single thing step by step as we're going along, because that would give it up to the people we're trying to find stuff out about, or to build the case up you have to be able to get it to the DA without having a bunch of holes in it, and every public thing, comment, strings of people saying this and that will get you not in court. And so to protect that case, to get to the court, sometimes not everything is being said. But what I did find interesting, and I feel the same, is I'm suspicious of Dylan and that story in the 8 hours. And then I've heard from Bethany's side of it, where she says she came up the stairs, went out the front door, and was just out there with everyone else milling around the house and didn't know anything about what was on the inside. Hadn't seen anything or known. She just woke up and went out the front door, and everybody was out in the yard, and she was just milling around. I don't know if I completely believe that, but that's the only thing we've heard from Bethany at all. That's the only thing I've heard anyway. And the story from Dylan, I don't believe, because if you think that just at 2 o'clock in the morning, they're all home, you know, they're all like sitting around talking, yakking, whatever. Everybody goes to their rooms around 3, and then she wakes up at 4 and thinks Kaylee's playing with her dog. Well, no, what she woke up and heard was them getting killed, and didn't realize it, I guess. I'll give her that one. But when she says that she opens the door and hears Xana crying, and then sees that dude walk past with the mask on, and doesn't go and see if Xana's okay, that blows my mind. If they're such good friends, how could she go in and go to sleep for 8 hours and come out and be surprised? And the front room, when you look at the picture, her room comes out, goes to the kitchen, then the living room. You look down the hallway. Now she's been in her room for 8+ hours, and I know she has to pee. She might make that turn to go pee and sees Ethan laying there in a pool of blood, but doesn't do anything except for call other people to come and see what's going on with him. And I just don't believe her that I just don't believe her. So, and then I guess just I want any chance I have to defend law enforcement in any kind of way. That people say that everything's a cover up, and it's not a cover up. You know, I just know people think it's a cover up, but a cover up is like the police have committed a crime and they're covering that crime up. That is what I hear it being said as. Otherwise, what's the cover up?
So yeah, so to go back, I want to. At the beginning of this call, you said you were law enforcement in Idaho.
Yep. Trained at the same post. You know, I have the same standards of training. I'm retired, but I was active in law enforcement, and I live in southeastern Idaho and worked for the Chubbuck Police Department, and that's the city I live in. And that's, if you know where Pocatello is, it's in that area. And Moscow's up north. I've got a daughter in Boise, and then that's probably even 4 hours more north than her. So it's a good 8 hours from me. It's just driving for sure.
Somebody in the comments had a question for you. They said, "What incentive does law enforcement have by throwing Dylan's story into the probable cause affidavit if this is a lie. Seems like a cover up to me.
Say that she's in the probable cause affidavit, and the story of her waking up at 8 o'clock or whatever. Is that what you mean? Or at noon, 8 hours later? Is that the question?
No, it was just, why would they put her in the probable cause affidavit?
What does it say on her in there? Like,
in the probable cause, you never read it? Have you read it before?
I haven't. I've seen it. I haven't read it, like sat down and read it, but
says she's seen a guy with bushy eyebrows.
Okay, so
and she
her
heard
statement
somebody
is
upstairs or heard a something as like I'm here to help
because
you.
that was what's reported. She reported that, and so in the probable cause, they use whatever they can, and if that makes sense to go get Brian because he matches the description, or because that's the description she gave, then that's going to be listed. And, I do think that it's probably Brian, but have you known about Enon Harsh?
Oh, I've known about him all.
Okay, well, there's way more connections between the two of them. One, they're both vegans. Two, they would meet, probably in the only one or two vegan restaurants. But his family owns almost all that land that's in Johnson, where Brian made that long drive around. That's the parents. They grow organic fruits and vegetables on their farm. And I'm suspicious that Brian went that way, and could have disposed of stuff at Enon's parents' farm. And now Enon is like blown out of town, posting stuff. He's in San Francisco and stuff like that, just wild and free. But I think he was in on it, or he did it, or something about him and Brian. There's more to uncover there. I'm really suspicious of that. And then in the research I've done, I found a link with a girl named Brittany who's friends with Brian through one of her friends, and that house was talked about, I guess, getting this kind of hit on it, and Dylan and Bethany were spared on purpose because of Brittany. And I don't know how to find out more right now about who Brittany is, or last name, and what the connection is, but I really do think there's a lot more to this than just cutting it off at Brian. And I think Dylan's listed in that probable cause because they're not done with Dylan, and she's probably a suspect, even though it's not announced that she is. They're digging into that, and the 8 hours and all that, where they act like, oh, it's so normal for kids to be drinking and sleep that long. Of course it is, but she knew her friend was crying. She knew a stranger just passed her and didn't do anything to her. She knew there was something going on, and still she shuts her door and gives Brian an 8-hour head start from the police, and I just don't, as far as things being covered up or not talked about, like Dylan, I know for sure she's being looked at and investigated and trying to figure out where all this fits in. I don't think Bethany so much is, but I'm damn sure that it's not just YouTubers, me, or other people who think it's really a suspect to not call the police for 8 hours or go and check on your friend. So she said now, and the other thing that came out, that she called each one of them and no answer. So she had to hear Xana's phone ring, or, you know, Ethan's phone or somebody's phone, no answer. And Xana had just gotten a DoorDash at 4. Maybe Dylan didn't know about that. She was in her room. But still, she opens her door, sees Brian or whoever that was go past. And just to say that's a party house and that it's normal for people to be at the house, well, maybe, but that night they'd already all gone out. They'd partied. They came home. They hung out. They wandered off to bed at around 3 or so in the morning. That's not where you expect to see a partier. It's not a party night at the house. So I don't buy that. Not at all.
Wasn't Dylan also sleeping directly below Maddie's room where Kaylee was? Where Kaylee was?
Yeah, she was right under them.
No, I was
And
just
that's
reading.
what
I was
she
reading
said.
some of the comments of what people were saying.
Yeah, she was right under them and said she thought Kaylee was playing with her dog. And that doesn't sound right. It just doesn't sound right. And then I did hear or read, or maybe the last guy said something about they're not, Murphy was in the other room by itself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, with no blood or anything on it that we know of. So the dog was put away first to not interfere, or Kaylee was in her own room, and when she said there's someone here, she probably got up and went out of her room and got grabbed, you know, stabbed all the way into Maddie's room. I don't know, and left the dog in there, or he put the dog in there first so it wouldn't try biting him or, you know, licking the blood or whatever a dog would do.
Mm-hmm.
He, you know, protected that part of it, knowing the dog would be in the way. So I think that's why Murphy was in the other room. Otherwise, my dog sleeps with me. I think most people's dogs sleep with them if they're not in a crate or something. But just to have the dog in the other room and then her go sleep with Maddie, I think Murphy would have been barking for her. Whoop, you'd have to be in here. Whoop, you know. But you know how they say the neighbors picked up on their Ring camera or doorbell a thud, you know, some words, crying, whimpering, and then a thud. Well, I'll bet you 9 out of 10 that it got a lot more than that, like Xana pleading for her life or her being attacked, you know, that is probably on there and they haven't said so.
Thank you, Gil.
But either on the affidavit with Dylan, they're going to use her as a witness.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to make charges against her, or, you know, they're going to take her statement and that will be up for cross-examination or whatever, because she's now a witness to this case. So she'll be on the stand and have, you know, the defense and the prosecution questioning her on the stand. And so she has to be listed. Because she's made the description, she's made the comments of what she saw, what she heard, and right now she's the only eyewitness to this case.
Right. What would they be able to charge her with?
Well, let's say that in the investigation, I'm just making this up, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But let's say that they find out that she unlocked the door, that she made the DoorDash order. You know, there could be stuff just under the water that we can't see right now. But when it all gets to the head, when they get done, or if they need to, then they'll charge her if they have stuff to charge her with. And I don't know. I mean, just what I've heard, and that's just through people who I know, have said that there's the link between her, Brian, the girl named Brittany and her friends, and that they'd want the Dylan and Bethany to not be hurt. So it seems like there's other people who knew it was going to happen and had chats about it or talked about it, which I find super crazy, that, you know, they were sitting around talking about killing somebody, and that's not terrifying enough.
Right.
And then it actually happens. But, if you do, don't hurt Dylan and Bethany. They're good people. But, you know the Elliot Rogers thing and the incels? Well, in a video I watched about him, he exactly named the sorority girls and the sorority. I don't know if it's the same name, but he named them as the reason he was killing himself. And so I think possibly Brian is in a retaliation mode for Elliot Rogers if he's making this other thing Papa Rogers or any of that stuff. If he's an incel, you know, not having sex, but he wants to, and then, you know, goes a little crazy, adding on to the sorority girls Elliot was trying to shoot up when he killed himself. And then Brian didn't kill himself, but he might have been going to. He had a 22 Glock, you know.
Yeah, he could have been planning to do that. He could have been planning.
Yeah.
Who's this
Yeah, he
guy?
could have, and then he chickened out, you know, or he wanted to still kill some other people.
Who does this say what that says to his dad?
Yeah, right. There's a lot of things that
It's going to be a lot of speculation until they start dropping the evidence, and then people will be, you know, maybe people will change their hunch on everything, or I don't know.
Well, exactly, because we don't have anything to go on, you know. It's because they're not saying, and really they can't right at this time. I mean, if it was closer to June, more things will be coming out, getting dropped, getting leaked, getting put out on purpose, accidentally, and all of that stuff. But where they have to wait till June, they can't be saying what they have and don't have, because what the public defender will do is go after each one of those things that they just brought up and go find 10, 20 things that go against it, you know. You can't catch her by surprise if you list everything out in the open beforehand. But if there's anything in like real particular about it that I could answer, I will. If you have an, you know, a question where law enforcement is involved, because I just hate seeing all the derogatory comments and stuff made, because law enforcement is just you and me. It's just people off the street. It's any of us. And we got a job and working in law enforcement, or went to school to work in law enforcement. And, you know, then when anything's not going the way people want it to go, then we're covering it up, or lying, we're in conspiracy, you know, all of these things, and it's just not the case. It's just not the case.
They're gonna get you, Maddie. They're gonna get you, Maddie. A lot of people are talking about what Adam said. Let's see. They're gonna get you, Maddie.
Yeah, that's what they said on the sidewalk. Yeah.
Yeah, when they dropped that.
And then they did get her that night. But she said, I told Adam everything. So Adam knows everything. If she got killed, what she got killed for. And Adam's still alive.
Right.
So why does he get to live and she got to die? If they were going after, they're going to get you, Maddie. And that was Jack Showalter, who left town and has never came back. As soon as his name started getting mentioned, he was gone.
Yeah. Well, I mean, allegedly he went to Africa, right?
Well,
that was put out.
I
I've
heard
seen that
that
shit
story
everywhere.
too, but his parents have a cabin in Montana or somewhere up north, kind of up by me, but a little bit like one state over. I heard that he was there just kind of laying low and just doing his own thing, and
I mean, we got 3 months,
trying to stay out of it.
2.5 months until, you know, possibly they can start dropping the evidence. I think, which I do think now. At first, I didn't think nothing will really come out June, but I'm starting to think some stuff will come out in June that will.
Well, it is, because there is evidence, but if they say they have this, they've said a lot in that affidavit, the list of stuff, the warrants that they sent, the returned warrants, like from all the phone companies, dating sites, all that stuff, all the K-bar searches, all of everything, they've already got that. So all the stuff you're reading on there, that's already done. They were quick on this, really quick. And you have to think that they brought 50 or 60 FBI agents here to help them, because, you know, they weren't trained for this. You can see no disrespect to Chief Fry, but, you know, he just, that whole thing, they couldn't have handled it without the outside help. They could not have handled it. And, you know, I would like to know if they're investigating Enon Harsh and Dylan Mortensen, and what direction they're going with those, and, you know, Jack Showalter or anybody, you know, who's going to get the warrant, who's going to have to show up in court. You know, that's going to be the exciting part.
I agree with that statement, Shani T. Or hopefully I didn't say, maybe it's Shawnee T. But she said it's not unusual for commotion at the house, which, you know, there was a lot of people. They had parties. They were packed full in there a lot. I mean, just from the body cam footages that we've seen and we've heard of all those parties, I mean, that whole entire house is a DNA cesspool.
It really is. But all they got to have, and I don't know if they do, is something that came off of Brian or Enon, you know. And you don't know if you dropped a sweat, one sweat drop fell off your face, and they got it in the most crazy way or whatever, and your DNA is in there. And it shouldn't be, because you didn't party there, you weren't a guest, and you didn't live there. You know, it's not like when you say party house, and I've been a party house in my early 20s, you know, I mean, I had a lot of people in and out, and we partied like crazy. But once I went to bed or locked my door, it was done. You know, people couldn't just come over. You know, if the porch light was off or on or whatever, you know, and it looked like we were done, and people had the respect to not try to come in. I think some people make it seem like that just anyone off the street. So, I mean, every homeless person would be coming in too, you know, if there's no rules for who can come in. I think it's friends of each person, you know, say each person had 4 friends, you know, there you have 20 people all of a sudden there in your living room. That's a lot of people. But the other neighbor who lives next door, Jeremy, he said when he takes his dog out to potty at night, it's that like 4, 5 out of the 7, he sees lights on and people in the window, you know, and then people wanted to make him into a creeper for looking in the window. But Enon Harsh apartment is straight across the street, front to front. He was watching them like crazy. No, he was. They were beautiful girls. And he's a single dude. And not only that, he got that apartment when he said there's 1 in 100 waiting list, but he got it. And I know it's because his family owns those farms. Anyway, but then you have him, Ethan, right across the street. And he also has an address 2 blocks away from Brian in Pullman, Washington. He has 2 active addresses.
Right.
I've been researching him myself. I started like a day and a half ago. And I'm just like, what if, you know, I am barking up the Brian Colbert tree heart. I get it. I feel I am. But what about him? And I went back and I watched that interview like on Hidden Brain or the lady, Anna Garcia, she has a show on YouTube, The Criminal. So anyways, I saw him interviewed on there. And if you watch that video really carefully, you will see exactly the lies, when and where he's a liar about these girls. And that made him go really high up there, either as somebody who also was in on it, meaning Brian probably went shopping on their organic vegetable farm, met him, they're probably gay or both incels, so they hooked up. They eat at the only 1 or 2 vegan restaurants in Moscow, and then this happens. Brian gets arrested. Did you arrest anyone else?
I would suggest you to read that PCA.
All right, I will.
I would suggest you to read the probable cause affidavit and stuff like that, because this, as being an officer before, like I'd like to, you know, I had questions that I asked Detective John, but if you read it, you know, I'd like to ask you some questions and get your opinion too. But it's, you know, it's like 20 pages, 19 pages.
Well, yep. Will you send it to me?
Yeah, I can send it to you.
Or send me a link or something, and I will go over
Actually,
it.
on my community, it's somewhere. It's on my community tab somewhere.
Okay.
Post it up again for people who don't have it. But definitely, I think you should read it, and then I'd like to hear from you after that.
All right, I will. I definitely will read it line for line and not just have it read to me with a lot of comments jumping in. You know,
I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna take a couple more calls and then.
Well, thank you so much. It's been my pleasure to talk and to be heard and to be part of the thing. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for calling in and being a voice in the community. God bless you. Lock your doors, and I know you're probably armed because you were in.
Oh yeah, I have a machete, 3 handguns, and a shotgun.
We'll stay ready.
and a concealed weapon permit, which is what every state should offer.
Absolutely.
You're right. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well,
So
thank you.
part
God
of being
bless
in
you.
the Western states. God bless the USA.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in, and go lock those doors because you probably got one unlocked right now.
No, sir. I do not. My door. Let me open my front door.
And somebody's calling right. I'm gonna answer it, but I thank you so much.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be mean. Thank you. They're calling now.
Oh no. Bye
Thank you.
bye.
I appreciate you. God bless you, babe. 603. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, Rev, how you doing?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself?
Not bad, not bad. So, I just wanted to call in. I love your show.
Thank
I
you.
usually just listen. I usually just listen and lurk.
Yes, ma'am.
But I just want to call in and point out a few things. So when it comes to this, I know it's a lot of people get really caught up in the media, right? And like what they say and their sources and this and that. And I kind of tend to look more at like what we're not being told, right? So we know what they do say about Brian Kohlberger. We know they say he's an incel, he's a stalker, he's a this, he's a that. When it comes to this person's background, education, career-wise, you know, this is someone who's already done his master's, his bachelor's, going for his PhD. He's a teaching assistant.
Right.
So we have someone who is clearly putting in every single effort and step that needs to be taken to further and advance his career. And it seems to be for the better part of the last, 7 years or so, that is what his focus was his career and what he wanted to do for work. I find it very hard to believe, what law enforcement and what the media isn't telling us is that this person, between his PhD course requirements, along with his teaching assistant course requirements, any grading he has to do, midterms, finals, etc., he can be accounted for on campus at least 70 hours a week. Right? That's just a fact. That's just based on his requirements for his courses and his teaching position. He would be on campus, either in class, in his office, or teaching, at minimum 70 hours a week. Anybody who's ever done a PhD program, anybody who's ever gone into, you understand, we're not talking about a PhD in art. We're talking about a PhD in criminology, and he had his own office at WSU.
Right.
Okay, so this person isn't just roaming around stalking girls like Elliot Rodger did. They're not even the same person. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when I hear the comparison to Elliot Rodger and all, that to me is more media, right? And it seems to me that the media, for whatever reason, has a very vested interest in ensuring that the public finds him guilty before a court of law does. So that's kind of the impression that I get when it comes to Kohlberger. Like, I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he didn't do it. What I'm saying is that it seemed right from the rip, right from the jump, the media was told, this is what you're going to say, this is the narrative that you're going to present, and don't deviate, right? Don't ask questions. There was a time in the beginning where law enforcement in that town was actually frowning upon the parents for wanting to put up reward posters for information. And that was something that kind of made me do a double take at law enforcement within, a couple of days. Originally I would have never looked even into the whole, I know a lot of people call it a conspiracy theory, but I don't think it's necessarily a conspiracy. I don't think it's too far off to think that maybe there are some corrupt law enforcement officials in that town who may have a vested interest in needing to cover their own ass for whatever occurred there, right? I don't think it's too far off to think that. We're talking about a town that literally only survives and the people are employed and have jobs because of the college. The students are the bread and butter. Without the college, that town doesn't have a law enforcement department. They don't have a courthouse. They don't have a clerk's office. None of those things exist without the college. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So to me, I have an issue with the PCA. That's what made me start looking more at law enforcement. I noticed right away that there was a very specific narrative being pushed. Law enforcement giving conflicting stories. The PCA has so many holes in it. We're told Bethany and Dylan were out in the community and arrived home around 1 a.m. But then later on in the PCA, it states that Bethany can identify Ethan and Xana at a Sigma Chi party until 1:45, which I don't know how she'd do that if she was home at 1, right? That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand how she can place anybody anywhere if her and Dylan were both home at 1 o'clock. Right?
Yeah, no, interesting.
To me, it doesn't make sense. So, when you look through that's just one hole, the whole 8-hour window. I think a lot of people maybe don't understand, and this isn't secret. There's actually been, many documentaries done about this. I have friends who are in sororities, and it is what it is. There are certain sororities and certain fraternities that have rules and policies in place regarding a death. And some of those rules, depending on which sorority you're in or which frat house you're in, 911 is not to be called if there is a death, and neither are the parents. You are to call your chapter president first, and you notify your chapter president of the death of a sorority member or a frat member, and then your chapter president and, other underlings, this is what I call them, come, and they have to come and delegate. So when people are wondering why she would have called other people to the scene and not dialed 911, I don't believe for a single second it's because she was scared or frozen in fear. I believe it's because you are sworn in, you are sworn that you are going to follow the rules and the guidelines and the policies of your sorority, and you adhere to it. You follow what you're told to do. So if you are told and you take an oath, that's it. You've taken the oath. So I don't think it was necessarily, this 8-hour window was not because she was like in a frozen, shocked phase, as the PCA states. And I doubt very highly that those words even came out of her mouth. Kind of what I'm getting at. I don't believe for a single second that this 20-year-old girl is sitting there talking about, I was in a frozen, shocked phase and I saw this person clad in all black. That is law enforcement speak. That is not how normal people talk, right?
Right.
I could understand if it said she saw that, he was in a black hoodie and a black mask, right? Okay, that I could understand. We're talking about how, she's supposedly telling these law enforcement officers, I saw a figure clad in black and I was in my frozen, shocked phase and lost, like that. I don't know. I'm reading, even when it first came out, I was reading it and it kind of made me giggle because I was just like, there's no way she said this. And if she did say anything, she did say it like this, like how it's worded. So to me, I feel like, I kind of agree with subconscious mouth a little bit there on the sense that the PCA actually benefits law enforcement more than it does Dylan, because the moment that PCA came out, everybody was throwing Dylan right under the bus, right?
Right.
Till this day, people question her story. And I'm not saying that she wasn't involved. What I am saying is that it seems to me that there is something much bigger going on here. And if you are a member of law enforcement, say you weren't necessarily involved with the crime itself, but the reason that the crime occurred can't get out. And your salary, your livelihood depends on making sure you catch someone, you catch them quick, and the light that has been shown on this town and on this campus, you turn that light off. because it seems to me like there's a lot of people there from the top to the bottom who are very upset that the light that is being shown on this town, it doesn't look very good for students. It doesn't look very good for the future of the university, right?
Right.
I would imagine right now, you know, when you think about it, we're talking about a university that has an annual income of $250 million plus a year. Never mind with the sororities and the frats rake in, right?
Right.
So everybody would have a vested interest in making sure that things don't get out. It's kind of where I'm at with this. I believe that there's definitely more than one person involved here. You know, when they talk about the cell tower pings, there's one cell tower in the whole town. The whole town pings off the fucking tower, right? So it wouldn't matter. They can't actually, his cell phone pings cannot triangulate him to be placed in the home. It can place him near the home. It can place him, you know, in Moscow. That doesn't mean anything. You know, a little tiny speck of DNA on the button of a sheath is not proof that he committed a quadruple homicide. The tiny specks of DNA. I have touched many knife sheaths and weapons strictly because of, you know, that's what I do kind of as a hobby. I do critical defense training and things like that. So there's been plenty of times that I've gone shopping for a new Glock or, you know, shopping for a new knife, and I've touched a few of them. My DNA has been left on those objects, and I'm well aware of that when I leave the store. If somebody buys that object after me and they go commit a crime with it, just because my tiny speck of DNA is on it doesn't mean I committed the crime.
Right. No, I get that. But a lot of us are running off of, oh, you know, that can be thrown out, which it could, right? But what my point I'm trying to make is like, yeah, everybody's making a big stink about the sheath could have been here, did this, did that. But then I keep reminding myself that there's stuff that we don't know about as people, like about this case in general. Right now, for all the frig we know, there could be his DNA on each victim. We don't know what's what. I'm allegedly speculation. You haven't heard it from law enforcement. It's not true, but there can be stuff in there that would just change the direction of everything that we think. If there is his DNA on all of them, or, you know, 2 or 3 of them, I mean, what are we looking like? You know what I mean? What is that? That's the thing, that there's things about this case that we don't know. It's in the early stages. Not even the evidences came out. We only seen PCAs. So, you know, everybody's running rampant crazy. We're coming up with these theories and speculating. And that's just me. And I still love to hear opinions and all that. And I just know that's why I keep an open mind. But also still, I have my own theory. I still think they have. Exactly. I still think Brian's the right guy, allegedly. And I still think that there's going to be something that's why I'm waiting for this shit to come out, because I feel like there's going to be something that drops that'll change the opinion of a lot of people. Not everyone, because there's going to be people that are going to be thinking that he was set up regardless of the fact, even after, if there is facts to back up that that's not the truth. There'll still be people fighting for it. This case is so big that you're going to have your conspiracy theorists, and you're going to have your, you know what I mean?
That's why I believe in stick to, you know, what we know factually, not necessarily what we've been told, you know, by sources, right? So we know what we've been told by law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so I try and look at that. I look at what law enforcement has said. I look at what law enforcement has released. I understand how sororities and fraternities work. I can understand the 8-hour window and why people would question it. Why didn't she call 911? She could not call 911. The rule is you call your chapter president first. Period. End of story. it doesn't matter. And I know a lot of people are like, probably going to think that's crazy. There's no way, but I promise you, it is what it is. Not every sorority is like that. Not every fraternity is like that, but many are. It's just part of the rules and part of the policy, because when you look at it, the sorority is like a brand, right? It's like a brand, and they all of their social medias, it's how they recruit, it's how they rush, how they're able to bring people in, and you have to keep a certain image. That image cannot be tarnished, right? You can't have the world knowing that maybe, allegedly, your sororities and fraternities may have been involved in something that led to the death of 4 students, and you don't, to me, that's why law enforcement didn't want flyers up for reward money. Like when it came to tips and stuff like that, law enforcement to me was treating it as though we have to say we want tips, but like we don't actually want your tips. They didn't want reward posters up. And I could see why. It's just like Mr. Gonzalez said, I get it. You don't want reward posters up during rush week. Right. So there's a lot of underlying stuff going on here. And the fact of the matter is, if the state prosecution cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt, like they're going to need more, right, than just maybe he went on a date with one of the girls.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he was, they're going to need his actual, you're going to have to be able to place him in the home committing the crime.
Which his DNA on the victims would, without a shadow of a doubt, prove that. If they do have that, and I'm not saying they have that, I'm saying that would be some shit that would just be okay. Now you can't say he didn't do it if his DNA is on each one of them, or at least 3, and maybe I don't know. I'm just saying that's how I'm looking at it.
Well, see, and even when I brought up about inconsistencies in the PCA, that's just another inconsistency that I found when reading it. We have all of these warrants that recently just got released, for what they were looking for and things like that. And I'm going, why on earth are they issuing warrants from Amazon, Walmart, Blue Ridge Knives out in Virginia? They're issuing warrants for sheaths and knives when they already have the sheath. So it doesn't make sense to me that you would need a warrant for a sheath you already are in possession of. It doesn't make sense, right? Unless they believe more than one knife was used. But till this day, we've been told it's just one person with one knife, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it doesn't make sense to me why you'd be looking for a sheath if you already have the sheath.
Right. Agree with that there, 100%.
Right? It's kind of sketchy.
Very, very, very. You're making some very good points.
And when you continue to go through that PCA, the holes in it are just kind of, it's definitely something that makes you sit back and go, okay, well, if I, as just a layman, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a law enforcement official, but if I, just a layman, can sit back and read this and you put on my critical thinking cap, and I have 1,000 questions as to where this information came from, how you obtained it, why are you looking for X, Y, and Z when you already have X, Y, and Z? Even in press conferences, you have Chief Fry talking about they don't know what the person was wearing, which is obviously incorrect because we were told he was clad in all black with a black hat. So you do know what he was wearing. There are so many inconsistencies. I think that's why a lot of people tend to, okay, well, it's got to be a cover-up. It's got to be this. And that's something I wanted to say, too. A cover-up doesn't necessarily mean you did the crime. You know, just because they're law enforcement officers doesn't mean that they aren't capable of abusing their power, right? It's something we hear of all the time, law enforcement officials abusing their power. And unfortunately, sometimes really bad things happen when they do that. Just because they are a law enforcement officer does not mean that they aren't capable of committing a crime or helping to cover one up. And believe me, I love our law enforcement
And
officers.
I believe that
respect
what you're talking about with law enforcement covering shit up, just on that last little piece that you said, they definitely did that against Stephen Avery.
Well,
I know it's a whole different case, but I just had to
No, but you're right.
They did that.
Right.
They did that shit to Stephen Avery, and corruption in America is real, regardless of the fact if it is in this case or not. Corruption in America is very real, and people need to understand that shit. That there is dirty cops. I mean, just look at the ones that were in the gangs in Chicago.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Exactly. It's not that far fetched. You know, when I understand people are like, oh my God, the conspiracy theories about law enforcement and stuff. It's like, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's a known fact. We've actually had federal trials where officers have been convicted because they were either involved in the commission of a crime, helped to cover up a crime, assisted in maybe getting rid of a weapon, things like that, right? It's not unheard of. They're people just like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And people are corruptible. You know, like, I hate to say it, but most human beings are corruptible. There are plenty of us who think we're not, but, you know, it really depends. It depends on the situation. It depends on who you are, where your morals and your ethics stand, you know. And I'm not trying to badmouth law enforcement in any way, shape, or form. I just believe that all options should be on the table when looking at something like this, because I do not believe that it's just some incel who, even though he can be accounted for 70 to 80 hours a week on his own campus based on his course requirements and teaching assistant requirements, I doubt very highly he's got all this time to just be hanging around stalking chicks and things like that. It doesn't add up. Okay, they have a very small window of time that they're working with, that he would be available to basically put together an entire dossier of the girls, the home, their life, where they go, how long they're there, when they come back, right? You have to put in a lot of time and effort if you're stalking someone and you're trying to figure out their entire schedule down to the minute. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
So I find it very hard to believe that he was able to do that when he's literally in class teaching or working like 80 hours a week. And let's not forget, this person did not change anything about his behavior after the crime. He went to school. He went to his doctor's appointment and had his physical. He went to the dentist. He went to get his hair cut.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't miss a beat. So to me, that's not the actions of like a guilty person.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean, they did say, I do got to say this. They did say, thank you. I got to know. They did say that, or should I say the people, or that he was, you know, grading their shit bad. And then after the murders, they noticed the change in behavior. Are they just saying that, or are they telling the truth on that?
Well,
I'm curious.
I believe if you think about it, right, we're talking about someone who already accomplished the bachelor's, the master's, and going for the PhD, which means this dude was working his way up to being an actual criminology professor. So maybe he was a hard-ass grader. Maybe he didn't let people flat, and maybe people didn't like that. So if you're a student, you're in this program, and you have a teacher's assistant who's grading you, telling you, no, I'm going to give you this grade because you can do better. I think you can do better and you should do better. This isn't good enough. I mean, isn't that what we would want? Wouldn't you want your criminology professors and majors to be up like on their A game and not just being brushed by?
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. That without a shadow of a doubt.
Right. Just because he was grading people harsh doesn't mean shit. As far as I'm concerned, it means he was a good teaching assistant and expected you to be on your A game when it came to turning in your papers. I see that as a positive.
Yeah, I just figured like the thing with that was that they said he was doing that the whole time, and then after the murders, he was just like, hey, 100 or whatever, 100. You know, that's just like, I don't know. Was he? You know, that doesn't mean shit, right? In general, but I'm saying it kind of means something. I don't mean to say it doesn't mean shit, because if somebody is just being a complete dickhead and then they gain this confidence after, if allegedly if he committed the crime, and that's why I say I'm waiting for that sufficient. Okay, yeah, all right, his DNA is at the scene. It could be admissible in court. Okay, cool.
Right,
but
right.
we do not know what they got out of his car, which if they sprayed it down with aluminol, got any of the victim's blood that was, if any of the blood was in there at all, his DNA on any of the victims. Those are going to be telling things to us that will be able to be like, okay, yeah, this dude did it.
Oh, word. Yeah, word, no doubt. You know, if they got his DNA on each of the victims and stuff, of course. I mean, that's a slam dunk. But even when you're talking about the car and we're talking about blood, right? Even that is something. So hear me out, you're law enforcement, you're already onto this dude. You already have Brian Koberger's name by November 29th. And if you believe that he actually committed these horrific crimes, why did you not go get his vehicle to obtain any evidence that may have been left in it? Why would you let him clean the car, right? Watch him clean the car, let him take off to Pennsylvania. If you already had his name and you were watching him and you thought maybe this is our guy and you think that his vehicle might have evidence in it, why wouldn't you get the vehicle? At any point, they could have called him. They could have knocked on his office door over at WSU. They could have went to his apartment. Hey, Brian, you know, we need to talk to you. I'm sure you've heard about the homicides over in Moscow. We're going to need, you know, we're looking at white Elantras. We're going to need to look at your car. Would you mind? I mean, right? These are things that could have been done to prevent him from getting rid of any evidence. But it wasn't done. So that's another thing that makes me think this is questionable, because if they truly believed he did it, I doubt very highly they're just going to let him take the car. I mean, if he's the dude, think about all the things he could have done with the car at any point, right? He could have driven it into a river. He could have lit it on fire. He could have paid someone to steal it and get rid of it, right? No, he kept driving the fucking thing and all over town, back and forth to school and stuff. So going grocery shopping and shit.
I know. I remember hearing that. What did he say when he got off the plane? Shopping's good, and and that's alleged. I mean, that was reported. That is what he said. Shopping's good in Idaho.
You know, another thing about blood too. I think a lot of people maybe overlooked it too in the PCA, where it talks about on the second forensic sweep that they did on the home is where they were able to obtain the latent shoe print. And as I was reading it, I noticed it mentioned how the shoe print was obtained, the chemical that was used, which is amido black. And if you know, even while you're on the phone with me, you can look up what amido black is used for by law enforcement on a crime scene. So amido black is the combination of two chemicals that are used on a crime scene specifically to detect bodily fluids, but bodily fluids that are usually mixed with blood. So amido black doesn't just detect blood, it also detects bodily fluids that have been mixed with blood. And more importantly, usually it would be for shoe prints.
Oh wow, interesting.
Especially to if it's been cleaned. So if the bodily fluids have already been cleaned up, you're going to use the amido black to detect that. So we know that at some point that shoe print was clean. It is what it is. Because of the way it was detected, that's how you know it was clean. They had to use the amido black, and it wasn't found until the second sweep. So forensically,
They
you
said
can,
Moscow, Idaho is not Chicago. Just because it's not Chicago doesn't mean there ain't no corruption. There couldn't be corruption in Moscow. I'll tell you that much right now. There's damn near a crooked cop in every fucking damn near every city of every state.
town, every city. That's right. Of every
You know what I
state,
mean? There's
period.
somebody there. If you don't think, I don't know, some people just see cops as just like, yeah, these guys are law-abiding citizens. They do nothing. They're so perfect, but they're out.
Oh, about 90%. I would say about 90% of them are. But unfortunately, just like with every job and every profession, there's going to be people who aren't because they're people, because they're humans.
Exactly, they're humans just like us. If you don't think they go home, take their badge off, and smoke a blunt, sometimes you're out of your mind. If you know, like people just some people just think of police as like fucking they got a cape on their back or some shit. And I respect law enforcement, people that are in law enforcement that actually follow what their job is rather than to do dumb shit and just act corrupt and shit. You know, because it's just like any other, it's a job, right? But if you're going to go into law enforcement, you need to really care about people and really care about certain shit, not just look at it as a job. Because some of these people that go into it are looking at it as just a job and use it as a persona and to be looked at as some highly qualified person that is here to protect you and save you. And it's not always like that. There is very good police out there, policemen, police women. There's good on both, but there's really shitty ones too. And people just gotta have an open mind to that. There's people that are so corrupt in general that they'll plant shit on you. I mean, I had a buddy of mine that got shit planted on him.
Right.
And it was a little bit of weed, but still though, he got planted on him back in Virginia. This shit's crazy. Like, it happens. It happens, and people just don't even know the magnitude that it happens. If you've never been around it or seen it or know anybody that's been screwed over, you just don't know.
Well, there's a lot to gain too from all of these unsealed, warrants. When you actually look at things and you look at dates and you look at what they're looking for, and you see that we have anywhere from 3 to 5 to 6 names, depending on the warrant, that's redacted for phone logs, Snapchat logs, right? Venmo logs, banks, all of this stuff. I don't believe that they were just doing a whole blanket sweep of every bank in Moscow, trying to find records. I don't think that. I think the reason that they issued these warrants for these specific banks and these specific things is because they know what they're looking for. And there's more than Brian is kind of the point that I'm getting at. Like, they're looking into information on two of the victims going back to 2021 in some instances. Brian was nowhere near WSU in 2021. Okay. So when you sit back and you just look at it and forget all the media hype, and you can only go by what you got right now, we can logically deduce that, okay, so we know at some point multiple people were called to the scene. So the defense is going to have a field day with that. The defense is going to rip apart the people who went into that crime scene. Because at that point, when whoever it was, doesn't matter if it was Dylan, doesn't matter if it was Bethany, it doesn't matter if it was both. If they called multiple people to the scene, that right there is automatic contaminated crime scene. So right from the jump, you've got a highly contaminated crime scene where at some point a shoe print that had been in bodily fluids and mixed with blood was cleaned, right?
Yep.
You have a sheath that just miraculously appeared after a couple of other law enforcement officers show up to the scene. The other officers who arrived there and who were already on scene for 4 hours, they didn't notice the sheath.
Yeah.
And it's not like it was under her.
That's another thing that's
according
mentioned to me pretty often, actually, what you just said by others.
It's if you read what is actually written, it states that it was found next to her, not under her, not under the bed, right? Not under the pillow. It was next to her, to the right of her, just kind of laying on the bed, which is, I don't know how the first two responding officers didn't see it. A, B, okay, they didn't notice it, but then these three officers walk through the scene together. Two of them don't notice it, but then one does after. It's very strange the way that it's worded, Yeah. And like I said, we know that the shoe print was clean. I know people are going to be like, oh, no, it was cleaned, which is why it could only be detected on the second sweep with those specific chemicals. That is what Amido Black is used for. Amido Black is a very specific combination of dangerous chemicals that law enforcement use on a crime scene, which is why now people, when we get to the house, a lot of people are upset about the house. I am too. I don't think the house should be touched at all until after trial, period. The fact that it was even donated to the university when this is an off-campus house, this isn't even a university incident. This is off-campus housing. This isn't a sorority house, and it isn't a frat house. Not by the university standards, anyway. This is an off-campus housing.
Exactly.
So it doesn't make any sense to me that for some reason the university would be taking ownership over the property. And, I don't care how rich you are, you're just donating a property. Like, who got money like that?
Exactly.
Right? Where you can just, but because of the chemicals that they did use at the crime scene, law enforcement did have to use specific chemicals that are actually dangerous. Amido Black is a combination of dangerous chemicals. That's why they have to be fully suited up with the mask and everything when they use that stuff. So we know we have a contaminated crime scene. We know that because law enforcement admitted that when they arrived, there were already multiple people there. So that's a no-brainer. Law enforcement already admitted to speaking to multiple people on the 911 call, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That is just another confirmation of a contaminated crime scene. Now, when you have a bloody a shoe print that's been in bodily fluid, that's been cleaned up, that is evidence of a contaminated crime scene as well. Never mind, it's been tampered with. Now you have a crime scene that's been tampered with. It's not just that it was contaminated because people walked through. Now we have someone put effort into concealing something. And the defense could speculate, well, what else was concealed? Right? So I'm just thinking about this from a legal standpoint. If I'm the defense, how would I, right, go about this case, and how would I consider maybe we got some problems here? And the first thing I can tell you the defense is probably going to start out with is the fact that the crime scene was contaminated. I think that's why Ann Taylor immediately, even when the cleanup crew was in there, they weren't in there long before that shit was shut right down and the scene was done for the defense. The defense called it and said, leave it alone. Don't touch nothing else. We have an issue with the timeline as far as law enforcement getting there. We have the 911 call goes out at 11:58. Officers are on scene. The next round of officers don't show up until 4 p.m, but the coroner isn't allowed in till 5:30. Now, the Gonzalez family said they were notified by the sheriff's office at about 4:30 that it had occurred, that the crime had occurred, which just is another layer of law enforcement not following protocol, because protocol on a crime scene, as an LEO, you don't touch anything. You do not touch anything. If there is a victim you can try to save, right? Obviously, you do that. If you can administer CPR and things like that. But when you arrive on a homicide, it's clear the person is deceased. At that point, you are to tape off the crime scene and you are to wait for forensics to arrive. You have to wait for the crime scene units and forensics to arrive. You are not supposed to touch anything. And in that PCA, unfortunately, a law enforcement describes that they were able to identify Xana because they found her ID in her room. Okay, that's a problem. I understand people are going to be like, why? Why is that a problem? It's a problem because it shows that protocol wasn't followed. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Protocol is you don't touch nothing. So as whoever it was that was rummaging through the victim's things, they shouldn't have been doing that. It doesn't matter if you're looking for identification or it doesn't matter. At that point, you wait for sergeant, you wait for forensics, you wait for crime scene. You don't touch anything. Patrol officers are not supposed to touch anything other than to tape the scene off. So there's a lot of issues with protocol not being followed. Is kind of the point that I'm getting at.
If you watch the video of I don't know if you've seen it or not. I found it on the Idaho Tribune, but the video of them going in the house, just investigators and stuff, just not wearing the proper, what do they call it, PPE?
Yeah, their PPE.
There's
and
a lot of shit.
Right, they didn't. I mean, there's officers stomping through the house, no booties on, not covering the bottoms of their shoes. Right.
Good night, Mouthy Mama. I didn't even see her say that.
So, it's very interesting, to say the least. I can understand why a lot of people have lots of questions, because I too am one of those people, but I also don't like to watch the news. I don't watch the Banfields and the Nancy Graces and all of that, because a lot of it is just really hyperbolic to me. And it's coming from unnamed sources that they can't verify. They can't. So I don't really trust that. That would be like me, coming on and being like, oh, so you know what? I got this source and my source told me that it was this, and this with this person and this person. I can't verify that, right? People would call me a crackpot. The rest of us wouldn't be allowed to just hop on TV and start spouting off shit with these unnamed sources, right? But the news can do it because they're protected. They can say whatever they want. You got YouTubers being sued right now for saying things, right?
Yeah.
There are YouTubers being sued because they say things that they didn't get from the mainstream media, or because they used a source they couldn't verify.
Or because they're not saying the right shit to cover their ass.
Right, exactly.
That too.
That's
right?
what I mean. Right, exactly.
They're not.
So if you don't toe the line, exactly. If you don't toe the line and you don't toe the narrative and you question the narrative, people have a problem with that. And that's okay. I'm not saying he did it and I'm not saying he didn't. Right? So I don't have skin in the game, I guess, is the way that I look at it. And I think a lot of people are taking it as though they've got some skin in the game, or they just want to be right. See, I was right. I solved the crime, right? That's not what it's about. To me, this is about if you are a constitutionalist, if you truly believe in the Constitution of the United States of America, and you believe in due process, and you believe in your Fourth Amendment right and your First Amendment right, those apply to everybody, including Brian Kohlberger, right? That's just how I look at it.
It's across the board. I don't like the way it's being pushed that you have to say he's guilty before a court does.
Mm-hmm.
I have a problem with that. Do you get what I'm saying? And that's kind of what made me, in the beginning, when this case first came out, I swear I wasn't even really paying much attention to it. And I was like, oh, that's horrific. That's tragic. I have a kid who's college age, you know, and I couldn't imagine. And then I started listening to her dad. And there were some things that her dad said that made me take a step back and go, oh my God, okay, maybe there is something more to what happened in the house. You know, at first I didn't think much of it. Like, okay, yeah, college kids partying. And honestly, my initial thought was like, oh, this is like some hazing shit that went wrong, right? That was initially what I thought. I figured it was some kind of hazing thing that went wrong. But then when her dad started talking about how some of the things that Kaylee was doing with school and some of the things, she was a true crime buff. He had recalled a conversation with her where she was like, you know, Dad, there really is something to all this trafficking. And that was something that made my ear perk up a little bit when I heard him say that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, he did another interview where they were in front of Moscow PD outside, and he's getting upset. And, you know, his wife has to tell him to kind of calm down.
Yep.
But I noticed he's saying, who's going to step up and be alpha?
Exactly.
Who is going to step up and be alpha? And he's like, don't make me do it. Like, you know, he talked about how law enforcement needed him and his IT background to what he called, quote, break into the phones. And he used the word phones as a plural. So I'm like, okay, so they needed his help to get into more than one phone, right? Phones is plural. I'm assuming Maddie. I mean, that's just my assumption, allegedly. I'm not saying that's who, but he did say phones plural. And he did say that he and his IT people, because that's what he does, they broke into the phones for law enforcement to get them access.
Oh my God.
And that kind of made me go, what? Because normally law enforcement, they don't need your help hacking anybody's anything, right? Unless that shit is severely encrypted and they can't get into it. Now, when you look at the warrant for Kaylee's laptop, that was just another thing that made me think, because the company that she was going to work for, a lot of people I think haven't made the connection yet that Kaylee originally was going, you know, for child care studies, right? She wanted to work with children and everything. And then she switched to IT after her dad had kind of said, you know, she realized that IT was a really good way, a good career. And it was a good way to be able to actually help children in the long run. And the company she was going to work for, I think a lot of people don't understand, it's all cloud-based, right? We know Brian was studying cloud-based forensics. Kaylee herself was doing IT for cloud-based things as well, not necessarily the criminology end. She was doing more of the cloud-based encrypted AI type thing. And it's not a stretch that laptop may have some things on it. And there's a reason that laptop was so highly encrypted that even law enforcement can't get into it. And they're asking the company to do it. They're asking the company to do it through the warrant. And as far as I know, the company hasn't even responded yet. I don't know, we can't see, but we know that they didn't get back anything. There's the date that they put in the warrant for the information in the laptop, but there's no date as to when they got anything back.
Right.
You know, so if you're someone who, you know, I'm trying to look at it from all angles, knowing some of the things that her family has said about her and her interests and her passion and her goals. it seems like she was someone who was very interested in maybe catching people who would maybe traffic human beings. Seemed to be is kind of what her little underlying MO was, right? And I'm going to say this all allegedly. This is my pure speculation. I've pretty much stuck to the facts for the entire call, but now here I'm going to go with my full 100% speculation. I believe that if you go back to when COVID started, and you can go back and look through articles yourself in Idaho, it was a problem when COVID kicked off and all the sororities and the frats got shut down. Okay? They were no longer allowed to hold events. They were no longer allowed to do fundraisers. They were no longer allowed to raise money. Okay? I myself have done some digging on these sororities, and it is what it is. I believe that there may have been something going on as to where when COVID came around and everybody had to find maybe a different way to make money, it's not that far of a stretch for girls, this age to maybe be involved in, some things.
Right.
It is what it is. And I'm not saying that as a negative about them, okay? I'm not trying to imply that these girls deserved anything that happened to them, or Ethan for that matter, because I don't believe that. But I do think that if perhaps she uncovered something, may have been stashing that information on her, crazy encrypted cloud-based computer there. It's not that far of a stretch to think that maybe if people found out, because one of the things that made me question this and kind of start going more towards this theory was when it came out that prior to the crime even occurring, apparently the town of Moscow already had about 40 federal agents on, boots on the ground in the town. And they had already been there for a little while. It's not like they had just got there. They've been there for about a month and a half. So originally, I'm going, all right, this is a town of 25,000 people. 15,000 of them are college students. Why on earth is there 40 federal agents already on the ground in the town before the crime even occurred? Which made me think, okay, they were already there watching something. There was something there going on. Feds were already aware of and monitoring. That's my speculation, right? My speculation is that maybe I told Adam everything, Kaylee was getting ready to leave. She was going to be leaving the country. If these two girls blew the whistle, we'll say, right? If these two girls blew the whistle and they're the reason 40 federal agents were already in town investigating whatever was going on, I would say that there's quite a few people with great motive to want them to maybe not be alive anymore. It's not unheard of. That's just my pure speculation. I believe that there must have been something bigger already going on in that town prior to this happening, because why else is there so many federal agents? Like where I live in a big city, 150,000 people. We don't have 40 active agents ever for a homicide. Ever. The fact that there's 40 plus along with 2 BAU agents already there, something much bigger was going on, in my opinion. That's just purely my opinion. There must have been something else going on that you'd have so many federal agents already crawling all over that place. And my speculation is it's probably whatever the sororities and the fraternities were doing to make money.
Interesting. I'm assuming you dug through all the PCA, you dug through every search warrant that's came out, that's got unsealed. You went through all that stuff, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean,
You
as
fine
much as
combed it, didn't you?
pretty much, yeah.
I could tell. I could just tell.
And I made a lot of connections. You know, once those unsealed warrants came out, it's a lot easier to kind of leave the emotion out of it. And I know it sounds horrible to say, but I feel like in cases like this, I know emotionally people can get really wrapped up, and it's normal, right? Because we all want justice for these kids. And I feel like if true justice can't happen until the 100% truth is told, you know? And it doesn't matter if it makes someone look bad, right? Like, I would hold nothing against these girls for whatever they were doing because they're adults. And as long as they were consenting and they weren't being forced, well, that's on them, right? They're young, beautiful girls. Like, do what you need to do, boo. Get your bag as long as you're safe and you're being smart, you know? I would never hold it against them, even if it did come out that maybe after COVID happened and, you know, these sororities had to figure out another way to make money. And, you know, we got a lot of beautiful girls hanging around. A lot of their social media accounts, it is what it is. Like, I know a lot of people were talking about, oh, you know, it's speculation about the OnlyFans and stuff. I mean, it's not. Now, do I believe law enforcement thinks that OnlyFans is important? No, because they didn't issue a warrant for it. So I don't believe it's relevant. But it is a fact that Maddie had an OnlyFans account. I found it on her social media, no problem.
On Instagram or what?
Yeah, she had it linked. She had more than one account, obviously. She had more than one Instagram account. It's easily verifiable. You can literally type in Maddie Mogan OnlyFans, and you're going to see it pop up, and the link was in her bio. And I'm not, you know, to say that.
I thought it was debunked. A lot of people have said that she didn't have one, but I don't know. I thought it was debunked.
I mean, I purposely took a screenshot of it just because, you know, for somebody to, because that way if somebody says, you're crazy. No, bitch, I'm not. It's right here. I took a screenshot of it. You can type it in right now while you're on the phone with me. Type in Maddie Mogan OnlyFans. You're going to see she had more than one Instagram account. One of them, the only thing it is a picture of her along with the link. But it's an Instagram account. And it even says, DM me 18.
I've been on that page. That's the exact page that I found. I found that after who posted it? I think it was JLR posted it, and I found it. From,
to me, it's not even a bad thing, right? So what? She was an adult. If that's what she wants to do, don't knock her for it. I'm not.
I won't
saying
even speak on what I think about it because.
Well, I'm not saying it as a negative, I guess, is the point I'm getting at, and I can understand why the families maybe wouldn't want stuff like that to come out. I can completely understand that, but at the same time, too. If we want true justice and we really want to know the truth, you know, things can't be hidden.
That link that link that's on there though, that shit's broken when you click into it.
Well, right. Oh, I'm sure I'm sure they got rid of that shit quick.
I mean, it was broken when it was found in November.
Well, maybe she stopped doing it. That's my point.
I don't know, but what I found interesting about it was, I don't know if you did this or not, but what I found interesting about that OnlyFans that you're speaking about is that when I went through the followers, they were all from Boise or within very close to Moscow. That's what I found interesting about it, because I went into who was following her,
right,
there, and just to see, right, and it was people that were local.
Even if you look at the Visco account and all of that, like, right, you can, you know, it is what it is. You go through the Visco accounts alone of some of these sororities and frats and stuff. It is what it is. You know, the point that I was getting at is if there was a point in 2020 to 2021 where maybe These girls were involved in some things because they needed to make extra money because sororities and frats are shut down. The whole town is shut down. You know, nobody can do shit. Nobody can go to work. Nobody can go to school. Everybody's got to stay in their house, right? It is what it is. It's not that far-fetched to think, okay, well, maybe a couple of them started an OnlyFans account and made some money. Like, it's not a bad thing. But it is relevant to the bigger as to maybe why this occurred, right? Like, I feel like towards the end there, it was obvious Maddie was no longer in her sorority. Kaylee was no longer in her sorority. Kaylee took it upon herself to graduate early, and she was getting ready to bounce out of the country. I don't think it's a coincidence that as she's getting ready to bounce out of the country, federal agents flood the town, Maddie tells Adam everything, and then shit kicks off. Know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am.
And even the grub truck video, like, I know that in and of itself was a shit show. A lot of people focus dead in on hoodie guy, hoodie guy, hoodie guy. That's all we heard, hoodie guy. When I first watched that grub truck video, hoodie guy was the least of my concerns. I was watching everybody else in that grub truck video. And when you, even to go back and look at it now, knowing all the people that are in that video, who they are, there is a lot of questionable actions and movements of multiple people that night. And we don't even know if these people have even been spoken to by police because everybody was so focused in on hoodie guy. There's a lot of other sorority members and fraternity members in that video as well that nobody mentions. And these are sorority members from Kaylee's sorority that she left and she was getting out of. Now, is it, you know, it's not weird that sorority people and fraternity members are at the grub truck after the bar. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, you know, when knowing what we know now, who's who, it's actually, to me, almost looks like there was some kind of gang stalking going on, because the moment that those two girls arrive, that's it. It's on like Donkey Kong. If you go back and watch the video, it's actually kind of crazy to rewatch it months later. You know, when you first watch it, it's like, oh shit, okay, who are all these people and blah blah blah. But now knowing who's who and what's what, and you go back and watch it, to me, it looks like those two poor girls didn't even realize the danger that was all around them. That was the impression that I got. They didn't even realize the danger they were in. To me, it looked like they were gang stalked by the sorority members and the fraternity members. That's just my speculation. That's just my opinion of what I saw. I'm not saying it's fact. I'm just saying that's my opinion of what I saw. And I look at it as like, if that was my kid, you know, if that was my kid, I would be like, what did you say to my daughter? Because there's, you know, who went up to Kaylee in the video and says hi to her. The kid that Maddie hugs, his buddy runs off to get someone. Next thing you know, a group of them come back. They're not happy with the guy who hugged Maddie. You can clearly see that. He gets yelled at by some chick. Next thing you know, Joe V is looking around the corner of the grub truck and up rolls another sorority girl, and she's the one who goes to talk to Kaylee. After that, a whole nother group arrives. You know, it's just crazy. And to me, it looks like they're literally being stalked, like gang stalked. Like, oh, you're here. Oh, bitch, we've been looking for you. That was kind of the impression that I got from watching that video. Was like, oh, yeah, you're here. We've been looking for you. Because if you remember correctly, she wasn't even supposed to be there that weekend. Her mom had said she debated back and forth even going there that weekend. So nobody was even expecting her to be there. Okay. It was last minute that she decided to go there. And when her dad talks about how the patterns of damage, you know, to the girls being so different. And he almost made it sound like, you know, Kaylee was basically took the most severe of the brutality, right? Like that was the impression that I got from him when he was describing the points of damage and the wounds. Like maybe she was the target.
Well, we'll find out. Maybe. You never, and then there's that chance you never know what the real
that's what I'm afraid of.
What the real motives were, you know.
Well, that's what I'm afraid of.
There's plenty of cases out there that people have been captivated by, and it's been nationwide that there's still questions to this day. I mean, just and that takes you all the way back to OJ.
Exactly. Well, that's what I mean. And
Casey
unfortunately, I feel like the only way real justice can be done is when the whole truth comes out. You know, I find it very hard to believe that this person, that one dude with one knife was able to kill 4 people across 2 floors of a house in under 8 minutes with no professional training whatsoever. And by all accounts, till this very day, there is nothing that would indicate that this person has ever committed a crime in his life.
This is the account that she was talking about, guys. I see people talking about it. There's a lot of people who were saying it was been debunked. And the only thing that I don't know if it's been debunked or not. Who debunked it? People, just regular people, or her family came out and said that's not her. But what I do know is when this came across my radar in late November, I went to this page and clicked on followers and went through them, and most of them were like Boise, Idaho, and people in there like that, a car company, and some. It was, I don't know. On this account that you spoke of before, I don't even think they follow anymore. They probably seen my live when I was looking at it.
Well, that's what I noticed too. I noticed that there was no post on the account. There's just the link in the bio talking about, you know, DM me 18 plus, blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, oh, all right, well, okay. But then the warrants, the unsealed warrants came out. And I noticed that out of all of the social media accounts that they issued warrants for, OnlyFans was one of them they didn't. So clearly, you know, it's not relevant. Even if they did have an OnlyFans account, it isn't relevant. You know, it's not relevant. I don't think that's how he met them. I don't, you know, I have a hard time believing, like I said, I just have a hard time believing that. I'm not saying it's not possible. Okay. Anything is possible. But when it comes to a human being being able to kill 4 grown adults across 2 floors of a home in under 8 minutes, I promise you, you need training for that. That is not something that you know, because and I've said this before, one thing that came across to me is that law enforcement wants us to believe that Brian Koberger is basically a real life John Wick. Okay. But he's also so stupid that he drove his own car there, left a sheet, left all of this digital, you know, he's Elliot Rodger 2.0 and all of this stuff. I have a very hard time believing that. Okay. Brian Koberger is not John Wick. Brian Koberger, from all accounts, this dude does not have any kind of actual training other than some boxing. I myself have done critical defense training for like almost a decade. Okay. It's what I do. I train with weapons. I train with knives. I train with guns. We are taught to critically defend ourselves with anything. Okay. I do Krav Maga. I've done quite a few things. And a lot of the people that I work with are ex-military. They're ex-special forces. This is, you know, what they do. After they leave the military, a lot of them start like defense institutes and things like that. So I happen to go to one here that's local to where I am, and I've been with them for about a decade, you know, and I promise you, it's the training that you have to go through to be able to do something like that. It reads to me the crime itself after hearing the details, the timeline that we've been presented with. This dude's still trying to park the car at 4:04 a.m., but then he's speeding away at 4:20, right? If we go by this timeline, he's still parking the car at 4:04. Xana's on her TikTok at 4:12, and at 4:20, the white Hyundai Elantra is seen leaving the scene at a high rate of speed. So I'm going, okay, we have 8 minutes to do this. Without some kind of skill, this is going to be incredibly difficult. And I'm just speaking as someone who, for the last decade of my life, has actually participated in this kind of training. And I'm not saying that this would have to be someone who's ex-military. However, it is definitely on the table. It is plausible, is kind of what I'm getting at. It's not that far off to think that something like this, and you had law enforcement from the beginning talking about a targeted attack. I think even at one point, the chief said the house was targeted, which kind of made me go, okay, the house is targeted. And then it kind of clicked to me, maybe the house, there is a chance the house itself is listed as a business. It's not listed as a private residence. It's listed as an LLC. So the house itself is an actual business. That is a fact. It is what it is.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, go. I'll grab it in a second. My bad.
But
my girl
you
was
know,
telling me dinner's done.
oh, well, good. Oh, good. So you get to go eat some dinner then.
Damn right. I'm about to go tear up some dinner.
Good for you. Well, listen, I love talking to you, and you know, I hope I didn't take too much of your time.
Nah, you're fine. You're fine. Great. I like talking to people who actually dug into the paperwork and you know, come to their own conclusions and think about shit and bring a different angle. It was a great conversation. I was just sitting here listening. You did a lot of digging, I can tell.
I did. And I just, you know, like I said, the gist for me is we got to go by what we know. I understand it's really easy to get off into, you know, conspiracy land and stuff. And there's quite a few things that people have said that actually add up. Right?
Right.
So to me, it's like, well, shit, maybe it's not a conspiracy when some of the stuff actually makes sense. Like even Kopaka. Like Kopaka is a whole nother layer, right, to it. I've often wondered, because Kopaka lived at WSU, right? It was always kind of suspicious to me that a 36-year-old veteran, and believe me, I'm not knocking our veterans, okay? My fiance, he did 2 tours in Iraq, 2 in Afghanistan, and no, I love our vets, and which is why the whole military, ex-military angle to me makes more sense just because of what I know, right? Just because of the circles I run in, the people that I know. A lot of people I know are ex-military. They're ex-Rangers, ex-Marines, Special Forces. It is what it is. Kopaka, 36-year-old man, is living in student housing on WSU, but he's not enrolled in any classes. He's not doing any courses. So that to me was sketch number 1 on the whole Kopaka thing. And then when you find out, well, wait a minute, he lives literally 2 minutes from Brian. I've often wondered if him and Brian knew each other.
Yeah,
right?
It's very possible. You never know.
It's very possible. Maybe they've interacted at some point or something, because I myself have gone there. Maybe now I could see the job being done in 8 minutes if you're using someone with combat skills, if you're using someone who has been trained to do that. And a lot of people, you know, I've had some people get upset with me when I say this, but our special forces, especially combat military members, that's what they're trained to do. Okay. You know, my fiance, he was Ranger. It is what it is. He spent 7 years jumping out of planes, shooting terrorists in the face. That's what he did. Okay. And when you're trained to do that, and that's been your job for a very long time, and then you leave the military, it's very hard to reintegrate into civilian life. And a lot of them, what they end up doing is they end up going into law enforcement. Now, I'm not saying that this is a majority of veterans, but if you actually talk to veterans, especially any of them with PTSD and things like that, they will tell you that it's very difficult to kind of go back into civilian life when you just spent the last 7 years of your life killing people for the military, like for the government. It is what it is, you know? And a lot of our military, that's not what they do, right? A lot of our military, they're there for, they're there to help. They're there to, they go to these other countries, they build bridges, they build roads, they help with the infrastructure, all of those kinds of things. But then we do have a small percentage of our military where literally that is what they are trained to do. They are trained to kill people.
No doubt.
You know, and Kopacka was one of those people. He was 82nd Airborne. So, you know, it is what it is. He was combat. That's what he did. So he was in the sandbox. He was definitely in hand-to-hand combat. He was definitely in, you know, he probably had to do raids and things like that. I know that that's what my fiance did, a lot of like compound raids, stuff like that. Now, compound raids, you can raid a terrorist compound. If there's a group of you, it's you and, you know, 9 other dudes all kitted up. Oh, you could absolutely get in and out of a compound, double tap everybody in the place in 10 minutes flat and be out. You know, especially if you're trying to like, if you're trying to acquire a high value target, we'll call it. That's what they call it in HVT.
I don't mean to cut you short, but I'm about to go eat. I don't mean to cut you.
Oh,
short.
word.
Like, I'm about to go.
Word. Go eat.
Or I'll get. You know, I'm gonna be grounded by my girl. You know, I don't want to be.
No, go eat. Go eat. Thanks for talking to me.
I appreciate you. When I'll be back on again though. I don't know about tonight, but I'll be back on it tomorrow for sure.
Well, you enjoy your dinner.
Thank you. I appreciate you calling in, and it was a great conversation. I mean, 77 minutes. That's a
word.
Good. It's been a minute. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for your great insight and digging and sharing with everybody, and also having a voice in the community. God bless you, and I'll talk to you again soon.
God bless you. Enjoy your dinner.
Thank you, man. Shout out to her. Shout out to everybody in here. I appreciate you guys. I'm about to go eat real quick. Well, I'm about to go eat and chill. But I'll talk to you. What has it been? 5 hours and 22 minutes? Good gracious. Love y'all. I love y'all. Holler at you next time I'm on.